come to order. Roll call.
Tolbert, Busuri, Jalali Nelson, Naker, Prince, Tao, Council President Bren Moen. 6 present, 1 absent, being Councilmember Busuri, who is excused.
Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Consent agenda items 2 through 17 are before you for your consideration.
And is there anything on consent that needs to be taken separately today? Seeing none, Ms. Prince moves the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
Item number 2 needs to be withdrawn.
Whoops. All right, so, and I would say item number 2 needs to be withdrawn, and then voting on the balance of the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
7 in favor, none opposed, or 6 in favor, none opposed. The consent agenda is adopted as amended. Item number 18, Resolution Public Hearing 19-38, ratifying the assessment for the 2018 Street Maintenance Service Program, Mill and Overlay, Arlington Avenue.
Okay, and at the risk of sounding like a bit of a broken record, we are laying this matter over this time until June 19th. I believe we've reached a resolution on these, but we just need the time to correct the record and bring forth other ratified or assessment rules. So I would move a 2-week layover to June 19th. Is there any discussion on that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is laid over to June 19th. Item number 19, Resolution Public Hearing 19-40, ratifying the assessment for the 2018 Street Maintenance Service Program, Mill and Overlay, Stryker Avenue.
And Ms. Naker moves a 2-week layover to June 19th. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is laid over to June 19th. Item number 20, Resolution Public Hearing 19-41, ratifying the assessment for the 2018 Street Maintenance Service Program, Mill and Overlay, Forest Street.
And Ms. Prince moves a 2-week layover to June 19th. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is laid over to June 19th. Item number 21, Resolution Public Hearing 19-42, ratifying the assessment for the 2018 Street Maintenance Service Program, Mill and Overlay, Victoria Street.
And Ms. Naker moves a 2-week layover to June 19th. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is laid over to June 19th. Item number 22, final adoption of ordinance 19-1, amending Chapter 74 of the Legislative Code by enacting a new section designating St. Andrew's Church as a St. Paul Heritage Preservation Site.
And to people who have joined us on this item in the past, just catching folks up, this is the final reading. We typically have, not typically, we always have 4 readings on ordinances. The first and second and fourth are at a 3:30 portion of our meeting. The third is at a public hearing. This matter was laid over and is now before us again. 2 weeks ago, the council voted unanimously to lay over this ordinance. And in the ensuing time, the Ward 5 office secured Amy Gourlay, the executive director of the Mediation Center in St. Paul, to work on mediation and explore a path towards a resolution on this ordinance and really on the entire subject. And I believe then, as I believe now, that there is a lot of middle ground solutions for this building's future. And so we paused the historic designation vote to provide some time and honestly to provide some leverage to have that conversation and that scan. Ms. Gourlay was gracious enough to accept the invitation. She began working 2 days after the layover. Her first steps were to determine, in her words, if there was something she referred to as a zone of potential agreement. Not agreement, but just any place where there'd be some overlap that warranted some further facilitation engagement and perhaps could get folks to withdraw and just allow more time to work. She invited the parties to put forth 2 to 3 representatives that she would interview in person. She conducted 8 interviews, analyzed her information, and presented her report on May 31st. Using her words from her report, she said the TCGIS is open to working with the SHSA to address concerns and build understanding with she emphasized this, the starting place being their current site plan, which presumes demolition of the structure. SHSA, on the other hand, is open to working with TCGIS to explore possibilities with a starting place, again, and I emphasize this, being a collaborative discussion on how to meet both of their needs, but presumes preservation of the structure. She did note that some people in the community have differing viewpoints than what TCGIS and SHSA bring to the table about the range of possibilities, and I think that that's a point I find very important and worth underscoring. The most telling thing to me with her observation was that while participants were willing to participate in a process, they are not willing to participate in the same process. They would need to commit significant effort to move beyond their current positions, and it may not be possible. So while I really appreciate the willingness of the parties to engage in this Hail Mary pass that we proposed a few weeks ago, I was very disappointed at the outcome, and I'm sure many of my neighbors share my opinion on that. This kind of deeply dug in, win at any cost mentality that I've seen around this project is more and more prevalent these days in this chamber and probably everywhere. And also more prevalent is the general act of abdicating responsibility to work through problems by seeking bureaucratic or judicial interventions. I think it's a shame, and I'm not going to belabor that point. So we're here now. The ordinances for historic designation is in front of the council, and it is time for us to vote on this. And I think just to start off, I find the building very handsome. It's a view that I can see from my home. I walk past it every day, and I truly acknowledge that people have made it clear that they have emotional attachments to it. I remain very uncomfortable asserting a designation on a building whose owner vigorously opposes the designation, and I'm uncomfortable with the precedent I think that sets. To me, the act would amount to a taking, but a taking that doesn't provide any compensation for relocation or renovation. And so I, for one, will not be voting in support of a historic designation today. Do any of my colleagues have anything to add on that as well? I know it's because we have the process the way we do, a lot of times people speak after the public hearing, and then we have to wait a week, or in this case, a few weeks to vote. So I will open the floor if folks have things to add. No? Nothing to add? All right. Well, then I guess I would say that based on the comments I heard last week, I have a sense that there isn't the support on the council for this to pass. And so we will vote, but before we vote, because afterwards I imagine people who are here on this item are going to leave. So I want to make sure I say this, that this does not preclude a better middle ground solution to this problem. I encourage the stakeholders, and particularly neighbors who have been sitting this out up until now, to get engaged and to be open-minded and creative. And following the votes that we take today on this, and as well as the votes on the site plan, I will at last be able to join the conversation in the community and see what that, more of a creative and middle ground type of outcome could look like. So if there is no further discussion, Ms. Prince.
I have been advised by counsel that I should recuse myself.
So Ms. Prince is recusing herself from this vote. Any further discussion? All right. So with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? I'm sorry, this is confusing. So I move to deny the ordinance. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
5 in favor, none opposed. The ordinance fails. Item number 23, second reading of ordinance 19-32, granting the application of by law to rezone the property at 388 Minnehaha Avenue West from R4 Single Family Residential to RT1 Two Family Residential, and amending Chapter 60 of the Legislative Code pertaining to the zoning map. This ordinance is laid over to June 19th for third reading public hearing. Item number 24, first reading of ordinance 19-10, amending chapters 63, 65, and 66 of the Legislative Code pertaining to solar and wind energy.
There is a version 2 in Legistar. Ms. Nelson?
In a moment, I will move to amend version 2 posted in Legistar. This ordinance deals with the wind and solar siting requirements for folks working to put those infrastructure pieces into place. This version is a technical change. It reflects some feedback gotten from staff. And I want to thank people like Michael Wade, Russ Stark, and other council offices who helped streamline the language. So I am just moving version 2 posted in Legistar.
Great, and I will support that. I think it's helpful because we have the many readings to get the ordinance in the best shape possible before we go to public hearing, so I just appreciate that. Any further discussion? All in favor say
Aye.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The amendment is approved, and the ordinance is laid over to June 12th for second reading. Item number 25, first reading of ordinance 19-34, repealing ordinance ORD 18-40, which amended Chapter 357 of the Legislative Code to regulate coordinated collection. This ordinance is laid over to June 12th for second reading. Item number 26, first reading of ordinance 19-35, amending Chapter 357 of the Legislative Code to reflect current city practices. This ordinance is laid over to June 12th for second reading. Item number 27, resolution public hearing 19-152, approving the application of Mississippi Market Natural Food Co-op for sound level variance to present amplified music on Saturday, June 15th in the parking lot of 1500 7th Street West for the Mississippi Market 40th Anniversary Block Party.
40th. Wow. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 28, resolution public hearing 19-157, approving the application of Keg and Case Park LLC for sound level variance to provide amplified sound for Wild Food Fandango on Sunday, June 9th at 928 7th Street West.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 29, resolution public hearing 19-157, approving the application of Twin Cities Jazz Festival for a sound level variance to present amplified live music on June 19th to the 22nd during the Twin Cities Jazz Festival at Mears Park.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Council. Thanks for having the hearing. Just really quick update. We appreciate all the support from the city and appreciate, go ahead.
I know who you are, but could you introduce yourself?
My name is Steve Heckler, founder, executive director of the Twin Cities Jazz Festival. This is our 16th year at Mears Park. As you know, the neighborhood quite changed. And just a quick update to the council. Thursday night, June 20th, we're having a Cuban night. There are 2 bands coming in from Cuba. So it's going to be, we're partnering with many of the folks that there was a resolution here a while back, and we have reached out, and it's going to be a lot of partners are with us on this event. And so we're down at Mears Park, we're at the Union Depot. We have 150 youth playing at the depot and partnering with a lot of the different various clubs around there, TPT, Black Dog, and also I think at the chiropractic clinic out in, what's it called? The Langsford Chiropractic Clinic out there. So throughout the entire city. So we appreciate the support and thank you.
Great, thanks. I appreciate your continued enthusiasm for this. It is it's a great festival, and as you mentioned, even the neighborhoods that you've been doing the work in have changed so much in the last 16 years, and so I like
If you don't
that.
like it, we'll return your money. It's free.
Great. All right, anyone else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 30, resolution public hearing 19-158, approving the application of Twin Cities Jazz Festival for a sound level variance to present amplified music June 20th to 22nd during the Twin Cities Jazz Festival at Union Depot North Plaza, 214 4th Street East.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 31, resolution public hearing 19-163, approving the application of OSP Events LLC for a sound level variance to present amplified music for the Lower Town Sounds concert series on 12 Thursdays between June 6th and August 29th in Mears Park.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Come on up. Start with introducing yourself.
Hello, I'm Clint Roberts. I'm the event director of Lower Town Sounds. And just wanted to formally introduce myself and say we're excited for this new chapter in Mears Park for Thursday night programming. And we're excited to have your support. And hopefully you'll come down and hang out with us on Thursdays in the park.
Great, thank you very much. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 32, Resolution Public Hearing 19-166, approving the application of Securian Financial for a sound level variance to present amplified music for Market and Music Wednesdays from June 19th through the September 25th at Securian Financial, 400 Roberts Street North.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Ms. Naker.
Thank you. I just wanted to wait until the last one to say it's hard not to notice the fact that there is so much going on in West 7th Street and especially in downtown St. Paul this summer. And I don't know if folks saw the press just yesterday about the Downtown Alliance's Streets of Summer program with new activations and music and busking and street team on the streets of downtown. But this is just going to be a wonderful time to be in downtown St. Paul and along West 7th. So I hope everybody sees the excitement coming through the agenda and comes and experiences it. And thanks so much to all the partners who are making it happen.
And I just learned what busking meant the other day, so I'd like to just share that that's when someone plays their instrument with their guitar case open.
For a little cash.
For a
Yep.
little cash.
Thanks
Yeah.
for, yeah.
Yeah, I never had known that's what you called it. So, yeah, so much going on in St. Paul. Thanks for taking a moment on that one. Ms.
And move approval.
Moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 33, Resolution Public Hearing 19-151, adopting the St. Paul pedestrian plan.
I believe we have a staff report. There you are. I thought I saw you walk in. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Faye Seimer, the pedestrian safety advocate in St. Paul Public Works. Good afternoon, Council President Brenmo and then council members. I do have a presentation for you on a slideshow, and I believe Media Services is getting it up.
Oops. Is this Lucy's?
This,
Are you going to do Lucy's presentation?
I'm not. No, that was not the plan.
So the Media Services has your presentation as well.
They do.
We'll give them a
Want me to
second.
dig around for it? Oh, here we go.
I was going to say, otherwise we'll just switch. Could work. Ms. Prince.
I do have some constituents here today who were thinking that the pedestrian plan might involve some trail planning in Mounds Park, but I want to clarify that that is not part of what the pedestrian plan will be looking at. Is that right, Faye? Thanks. Not that it won't be interesting to stay and listen to the plan.
I have it up on this screen. Is it a matter of waiting for it to come to the next?
So we have the presentation on, there you go. Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Well, it's certainly an honor to be here and be at this milestone. I told a colleague today that I would be here before council presenting the pedestrian plan, which I've been working on for the past 2 years since I started my position. And he said, well, that's pedestrian plan. That's your origin story, right? And we can call it my St. Paul origin story as staff here, as your pedestrian safety advocate. So without further ado, I'm here to tell you how our plan will guide our vision that St. Paul is a walking city. We are more healthy, resilient, and connected when walking is safe and appealing for all. Before I dive into some highlights of the plan and the actions that we recommend, I want to quickly go over a little bit about the plan process. This plan was guided by a 26-member steering committee, and a big thank you to the ward offices who sent staff to be part of that committee. This was a really engaged and thoughtful group, and they really helped shape the direction of this plan. We were also able to hear from about 4,000 members of the St. Paul public who contributed their input and shaped the priorities as well. And so I'll talk a little bit about how that public input was incorporated along the way. Throughout the outreach process, we were asking two big questions of people. And the first was, what would make walking safer and easier for you? And the top three responses that we heard in St. Paul were improving ways to cross busy streets, adding sidewalks to streets without sidewalks, and improving snow and ice removal on sidewalks. And so since those were our top three priorities, I'll highlight a little bit about the action items in the plan related to each of those. So when it comes to improving street crossings, I knew going into the planning process and from hearing from our council members that there was a desire for a more transparent and consistent way to make decisions about crosswalk markings. And so we do have some recommendations in the plan highlighted in the second bullet and the third bullet related to how we improve crossings. But as we really delved into the research, I want to emphasize that the two biggest risks people face crossing our streets are vehicle speeds and exposure to traffic. And so fundamentally, the things that we can do to make our crossings safer are really things to address speeds and exposure to traffic. So I want to call your attention to that first bullet and that first action item in our plan, saying that we will plan, design, build, and maintain the city's transportation system in a way that prioritizes walking first, followed by bicycling and transit use, and lastly, other vehicles. Because I really think that that's one of the foundational recommendations in this plan in terms of how we as a city can make St. Paul a safe place to walk. We also heard from people that adding sidewalks to streets without sidewalks was an important priority. We have approximately 327 miles of streets in St. Paul that don't have a sidewalk on one or both sides of the street. And so the first two action items that you see on the screen really discuss ways we can affirm our current practices of building sidewalks concurrent with street reconstruction projects or with sites that are being redeveloped. This third bullet says use high priority areas for walking investment, and I'll talk more about what those are, to select areas for grant funding opportunities such as Safe Routes to School, our regional federal funding applications, and partnerships with Ramsey County. And then the fourth bullet really touches on the dissatisfaction that I heard really at all levels of residents and leaders across St. Paul with our current funding structure and ability to implement sidewalks as standalone projects as a city. And so there's an action item in our plan to study alternatives to what that could look like in the future.
Faye, before you switch slides, I'm not looking at a computer screen in front of me, but when I look at the slide, it's just, I can't. But when I look at the slide, I was wondering if you could just interpret what that map means a little bit, because I know, just from what I know of the area I represent, that all the places with no sidewalks are not highlighted in that map. And so maybe could you just interpret it a little bit more?
Yes, I will. The high priority areas for walking are what I'll get to, because our second big question was where should we invest in walking? And so what this map is showing is it highlights the sidewalk gaps in the city in those high priority areas. And in a couple minutes, I'll get to kind of how we defined what was a high priority area. So this is just highlighting where those are. And the colored lines, so the gray lines are sidewalk gaps on streets owned by St. Paul. And the colored lines, the blue lines are city arterial and collectors, and the green and yellow are state and county arterial collectors, highlighting those as our bigger, busier roads where people have more risks, and we might want to focus more on those gaps.
Okay, thanks.
And the last thing that we heard in terms of priorities was clearing snow and ice. It's easy on a day like this to forget what a big barrier snow and ice can be in the wintertime, and really can be the difference between someone being able to leave their block or not. So the first two action items that I've highlighted really focus on improving our existing system through educating people about our process to report violations of properties that haven't shoveled their snow, as well as being more proactive and seeking out those properties so that we don't have to rely on complaints. And then our third bullet that I'm highlighting here says explore ways to accelerate corner clearing after snowfalls. So recognizing that if the city were to do more when it comes to removing snow and ice on our pedestrian system, those corners can be the most challenging, both physically in terms of how to get the snow removed there, as well as challenging in terms of the barrier that they represent to folks traveling our sidewalk system.
And I know we heard so much about that this year in particular with the weather that we had, and I think the thing that's becoming more clear to me is as population ages in a lot of our communities, it's not just people trying to walk, but literally people trying to clear, and the physical ability to do so is diminishing in some folks. Like, I take pride in clearing my sidewalk, but I can't anymore, and having challenges finding people to do it for them. So I do think that this year in particular, I heard it more than ever, partially because it was the winter that could never end. And the snowing that could never end, but also because I think that it's becoming more of an issue for not just passing, but actually clearing. So I appreciate that.
So the second big question that we were asking through our outreach was, where is it most important to improve walking? And so the top three responses that we heard from folks were along and across busy streets, in areas of the city that lack sidewalks, and in neighborhoods whose residents rely on walking the most. And so each of the different questions that we were asking people corresponded to a certain type of information that we could measure. So for example, neighborhoods whose residents rely on walking the most is a way of one way of looking at equity. And so one way of helping to define neighborhoods whose residents rely on walking the most, where we were looking at our areas of concentrated poverty, we were looking at areas with high numbers of folks with disabilities and high numbers of households without motor vehicles. We measured things like where we had sidewalk gaps as a measure of connectivity. We also asked people questions about health in terms of where we have high rates of asthma or diabetes or heart disease, which can be improved by greater access to physical activity. We looked at things like density in terms of workers and residents, number of destinations, transit stops, and safety measures. And using all of these measures, we were able to score census tracts in St. Paul according to each of these measures. And so this set of maps shows some examples of those. So the gray map shows census tracts scored according to connectivity. So the darker gray census tracts are census tracts with a greater density of sidewalk gaps. The purple map shows, the black lines actually show our undivided 4- and 3-lane roads in St. Paul. So those are the bigger, busier streets that are harder for folks to cross. And so the darker purple census tracts have a greater density of those roads. The green map is our areas of concentrated poverty, which, as I said, was part of our measure for equity. And so we layered all of those different measures together, and that's how we created this map showing our high priority areas for walking investment. This is really a first cut at helping us be more targeted and where we can spend city funds or apply for grant opportunities to make walking investments. Another way of looking at this map is just saying that these are our areas where our values tell us that we should be investing more in walking, again, using those measures like equity, connectivity, and safety, which were the top values we heard from the public. And also the places where we could most likely anticipate increases in walking if we were to make more investments, because as I said, this is where we have the greatest density of people and workers, where we have the most destinations, where we have the busiest transit stops, and those types of measures. So our plan is not just about infrastructure, it's about all of the different programming that we can support to encourage people to be safe walking as well. So we touch on those in the plan, and I'll just quickly go through the 4 programs. Our plan really makes recommendations to sustain and support those. One is the Stop For Me campaign, which I believe this group is very familiar with. The second is our Safe Routes to School program, which is a partnership with St. Paul Public Schools. The third is our Paint the Pavement program, which is an opportunity for neighbors to come together and design a mural on their street and to have conversations together about their street and safety and what that means. And the last is our bike and pedestrian counting program, which is our tool to evaluate by visiting the same sites over time and measuring how much biking and walking we see there. This is our tool to evaluate over time what type of growth we're seeing in the city related to biking and walking. So I'll conclude with just a little summary of where this plan has been in the adoption process. We released a draft plan last November and hosted an open house at that time for folks to learn about the plan and give us their feedback on that preliminary draft. Over the winter, I was visiting district councils and community organizations, giving presentations about the plan, along with our transportation committee and planning commission. We had a public comment period and public hearing that closed in February of this year. We did make a few revisions to the plan, and new actions were added to the plan that are noted in your packet based on what we heard through that comment period. And we are now here on June the 5th, and I am requesting that the City Council adopt this plan as an amendment to the comprehensive plan.
I just want to note that you put the cutest picture ever of a kid. Is that your kid?
Thank you for noting that and making that an official part of the public record. Cutest kid ever.
Very, very cute and manipulative. I'm just kidding. Thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Tao.
Thank you. I have a quick question on the part about the enforcement piece. I'm just curious, what do you think, what type of enforcement is appropriate in that area?
Are you asking about the Stop For Me campaign?
Yes, and educating, because what I'm getting from members of the community, that they feel like there's not enough enforcement. I know that our police officers are stretched thin, but what is your recommendation in enforcing motorists?
You know, I think one of the great strengths of our Stop For Me campaign is the flexibility that our officers have to go to locations where community members request their presence. And I think that's a really great partnership that, you know, they are there at the request of community members who are saying, I don't like how, you know, people are driving here. I feel unsafe. Can you help support this enforcement? So that's been a great aspect of it. I think another aspect that we've been able to work with officers through some of the Safe Routes to School initiative is to increase enforcement around schools, and I think that's another great partnership.
Other questions? Ms. Naker.
Thank you. I'm so excited about the completion of this plan. I know when we budgeted to bring you on board 2 years ago, the need was great then, and it continues to be one of the top things that I hear about from constituents. So this is really exciting, and it's a wonderful plan. I want to call out, especially in the executive summary, number 3 of the goals is get it done, and I really appreciate seeing that in a plan. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the plan to translate the plan to reality, especially in terms of starting to make some of those investments in infrastructure in the high priority areas. Absolutely.
So a couple things that have already kind of been underway is this year's Mill and Overlay program is we've been able to add pedestrian crossing improvements as a more routine part of how we build streets, which I think was an exciting thing to work on. I believe the council is aware that we applied for regional solicitation funding to make improvements on Arkwright and Case Avenue near Bruce Vento Elementary School, which again is in a high priority area for walking, and it's making those design changes to those streets to make them safer. So those are a couple of things already underway. Some things that I personally am working on are doing a deeper dive into our bike and pedestrian crash data so that we can become even more focused in where we make improvements. One of the things I've heard along the way about the plan is, well, such and such street isn't in a high priority area for walking, but it feels very unsafe. And so having that dive into our crash data can help us look at, it's certainly the case that not every street that needs improvements is within a high priority area for walking. So that's going to bring some great information forward.
Just a quick follow-up. To the point about not having, for equity reasons, not having infrastructure improvements be made just on complaint bases, but also on actual objective evaluation of the conditions of the area. It seems like we have that regular allocation for pedestrian safety improvements in our 5-year street plan, and I'm wondering if there's going to be some sort of, similar to our 5-year street plan, some sort of ranking of areas that are in need of treatments that would be first, second, and third in those for that investment.
That's absolutely one of the outcomes that I hope we can get to with our pedestrian crash data. So having that first in terms of kind of where crashes are happening and where we're seeing them, those types of issues can lead to that.
Other thoughts? Mr. Tolbert.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the completion of this. I'm very excited. I know we've been waiting for this for a while, long before you were here, and you did a lot of work reaching out to the communities. I know you were at our district council and in the neighborhood a lot, ran a lot of different events, and I appreciate that. What I'm most excited about is, the thing I hear most from everybody to make a livable neighborhood is having safe streets for people of all ages to walk on. It doesn't matter if you're elderly, if you're young, if you're pushing a child in a stroller, or what you're doing, but having a safe street is so important, especially for just the vibrancy and the livability of our, not only our commercial quarters, but our neighborhoods. I live in an area that had a lot of sidewalk, that still does have sidewalk gaps, but had a lot of sidewalk gaps, and we've kind of tried to piecemeal that together with Safe Routes to School grants, amongst other things, but that's just the beginning. And rather than us piecemealing it neighborhood by neighborhood, well, for example, one of the Safe Routes to School grants is one that Council President Brenmoen fought for over at Washington Tech. I think we have an amendment on that today, but we did a few of those, but I think this will allow us to continue to keep applying for those Safe Routes to School grants through the tab, which is important. And then also just making our neighborhood safer for everybody to walk, run, wheel, whatever you need to do just to be safe. And that's what's exciting about this. So thank you for your work, and it's an important first step, but now we got to implement it, and sometimes that's the harder part, but this will give us a good guide. So thank you very much. I look forward to supporting this.
Great. Other thoughts? Ms. Prince and then Ms. Nelson.
Ms. Simon, thank you for your good work and for 2 years of doing this important work. One of the concerns I have is adding sidewalks to streets without sidewalks is obviously one of the top 3 priorities here. And it's my understanding that right now, in most cases when we are putting in sidewalks where they don't currently exist, that 100% of the cost of the sidewalk is assessed to the adjacent property owner, which is kind of a daunting proposition, especially when you look at the map showing where sidewalks are not currently existing, and they also coincide with a lot of our areas of concentrated poverty. So I'm wondering if you could say a little bit about what our options are for how we can pay for this work. As you know, the cost of mill and overlay this year has been a really heavy one on the people who are being assessed this year. So again, if you could just say a little bit about what some options might be for getting sidewalks constructed.
Sure. So, Councilmember Prince, your concerns are exactly why we have the recommendation in the plan to study alternative funding structures for constructing new sidewalk. And that is also a way of saying that the plan did not study those alternative funding options in any depth. We did a cursory look at a sidewalk improvement district, which my understanding is that cities by state statute can establish a sidewalk improvement district and then assess to everyone in that district. Beyond that, I truly don't know a lot about how it works, and my understanding is that has not been done before in Minnesota, but that is, I guess, maybe the first option I would explore if we were to take on that study of alternative tools.
Thank you.
Ms. Nelson.
I would also echo everyone's appreciation for your amazing work on this, and I was struck by one of the numbers in the slide said 2,800 public comments just through the online survey, and then the countless in-person engagements, letters, all the different people that chipped in. I just really think we cannot make this type of a plan without that level of input from our community. So for the folks at home and here, I want to thank everyone who submitted a comment. We do need these type of formal processes to make good plans. So I'm excited about how we can actually make these plans reality. We need to get changes into our streets immediately. There's so many ways that we could improve, and I'm looking forward to taking the lengthy public process that we have undertaken and just making it real. I think there's research that's been done, and now we just have to do it, do the changes we need. So thank you for all of your work in leading that.
Mr. Dow.
I want to thank you again for your leadership and the work you've done. Last week or so, we have another pedestrian that was hit along the Green Line University Avenue, and so this is a serious matter, and it couldn't have come sooner. So thank you for your work on this.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll let you go here in a second. I just was, I think, echoing what my colleagues have said about just having a plan and something to point to and something that's guiding our decisions is so important. And kind of going away from this, we'll just do a ped count model to, to Ms. Nelson's point, the deep outreach, the comments from people across the city. I just remember talking with Public Works and Ramsey County Public Works about crossing Rice Street, and they were going to do ped counts. And it's like, the problem with ped counts is that the people I talk to drive across the street because they're terrified of walking. So you're never going to get a good ped count when people are too scared to even put their toe out in the street. So I really, really appreciate having this as our basis for going forward, and that the way that we've chosen to prioritize it. And so much appreciate your work and the efforts of Public Works. So thank you. I think we have to vote on it. I think we get to vote on it as a public hearing. Okay. So thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to the St. Paul pedestrian plan that didn't already get to? Oh, Michael's here. We've got a few. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Michael Cookta, 1522 North Grotto. In my day job, I'm the executive director of the District 10 Como Community Council, and I think it's important for you as council members to know that month to month, year to year, the most calls and most emails I get are not about taxes and not about trash collection. It's about traffic speed and pedestrian safety. And so to have this plan that Faye and her team have developed is really monumental for the city. And I think they've put together a really forward-looking framework to how to address this. As Councilmember Tolbert said, now the implementation part is the hard part. Obviously, the money is the hard part. There's a couple things I would just like to put forward kind of for us to think about as we figure out how to make this reality in the city and actually put some breath into this plan. There's this thing called pedestrian lead indicators at crosswalks, where if someone presses a walk sign, the red light stops, the walk sign goes on 5-10 seconds before the green light goes on for cars. That's the philosophy behind putting pedestrians first. And if we as a city really want to put pedestrians first, we have to use that philosophy for everything we do. So one thing that's mentioned as a priority is how to get through the winter. I would really urge city staff, council members, to make that a priority. If we're going to invest money in additional equipment or whatever, maybe alley plowing is not the first priority, but clearing crosswalks and corners is, especially since it's generally city plows that make those corners impassable. And so if we're putting pedestrians first, fine, clear the streets, take care of the cars and vehicles, then let's put the pedestrians first and clear the crosswalks so we can get there. Secondly, I really appreciate this is the data-driven. There's a big picture as to how we prioritize things. I also hope there's a flexibility to allow for what I would call spot treatment. And a few of you have alluded to this, areas where they're not going to get a good pedestrian count because no one in their right mind is going to cross that street on foot. In our neighborhood, Faye referred to Safe Routes to School programs. I would also urge us to look at things like safe routes to park programs, safe routes to transit programs, safe routes to senior housing programs, so that people who really need to get places can make sure they can get there. And that we might have to throw out some of the regular priority measurements to spot treat in individual locations that really need that kind of treatment. So that's the kind of approach I would suggest we take. I, as a district council staff member, am looking forward to implementing this and turning this into a reality for the rest of the city, and I urge you to adopt this.
Thank you. Be sure to sign in.
Hello, Mark Wandersee, St. Paul resident. I didn't plan to speak today, but I came here for other purposes, but in listening to this, I want to commend all the work that's been done, but I would also invite you to consider to stay mindful of the width that we look at when we're building new sidewalks so that it accommodates mobility devices, as those mobility devices for individuals in wheelchairs or assistive walking devices such as walkers versus little scooters and things of that nature, and to make sure that it stays within ADA compliance, because as St. Paul residents age, we want to make sure that they age in place, and to make sure that we allow them to age in place, it's for their safe transport or for their safe pedestrian walking as well. And if we're going to be looking at ordinances for snow and ice, and how do we monitor that to make sure that people shovel their sidewalks wide enough. I have neighbors that only do shovel wide sidewalks versus the full width of the sidewalk. It's important to make sure that there's assistance out there for those individuals that are living at home, that are only living on Social Security, that may not have the means to be able to provide for a snowplow service or for a snow removal service. How do we make sure that they can still age in place and that they're not fined on that side of it? Because that can be a burden to them where they decide, now I have to pay a penalty for a violation that God created, sort of thing. So I think that's all that I had from my notes, but it's very comprehensive, and kudos, Faye, to all the research that you've done. And I just invite you to make sure that you keep safety and independence in mind for the elders as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Be sure to sign in right there before you walk away. All right, is there anyone else here for this public hearing? Seeing none, Ms. Nelson moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 34, resolution public hearing 19-167, adopting the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area Chapter for St. Paul for all to 2040 Comprehensive Plan.
Welcome.
Thank you, Council President Brenmo and council members. I'll go through a brief presentation just to talk about this chapter. It's a pretty special chapter with kind of special rules, and so just to give you an idea of how it fits in with the rest of the comp plan. As you remember, because I was here just a couple weeks ago for the public hearing on the other citywide chapters in the comp plan, they're listed here on the slide, and then highlighted is the chapter that's up for public hearing today, which is the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area Chapter. So it is one of the set of chapters that's required by the Metropolitan Council. This one is also required by the DNR, Minnesota DNR. Just to give you a refresher, I'm sure most of you are familiar with what the critical area is in total, but also in St. Paul. It covers the entire 7-county metro area. It's 72 miles, 54,000 acres, really from Ramsey all the way down to Ravena Township. So it's a long corridor along the Mississippi. We have about 17 miles of river within that corridor, 26 miles of shoreline. There are special land planning regulations, land development regulations that are implemented through these plans, through the plan that you are looking at today. And then there's also a critical area ordinance that we currently have on the books. We have both the plan and ordinance on the books, but this is an update of those. Really the core goal of the critical area work is to balance natural systems, urban development, recreation, and commerce. So as we all know, there are a lot of things going on in the Mississippi River all along it, but also in St. Paul. And the goal of this work is to balance all of those activities. The process to create the chapter and what is in the chapter is all governed by Minnesota rules, so state statute, chapter 6106. That was updated in 2016. Previously, there was an executive order in place that had been adopted in 1979. And some of you, I'm sure, have heard of MNRA, the Mississippi National River and Recreation Area. This is the same boundary. They're coterminous. The National Park Service oversees the MNRA. So I'll just say MRCA, Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area Districts. There are 6 districts that are set by, again, those state statute Minnesota rules. The land use, though, is still regulated by underlying zoning in St. Paul, so we still have control over that, not the DNR. The districts that are designated by the DNR here look more at things like height, building height, and river and bluff setback. So in our case for St. Paul, what is kind of has been designated for us by the state rules is mostly consistent with our underlying zoning. There are a couple of cases, 4 that are identified in the draft plan, where generally the heights that our underlying zoning permits are in most cases taller than what is permitted in the critical area overlaying districts. I wanted to just remind you that this is one chapter of critical area policy in really a family of plans. And so we have done, as many of you know, we've done decades worth of thinking and planning about the future of the Mississippi River, our relationship to it, how we connect to it, starting with the St. Paul and the Mississippi Development Framework back in 1997. We have an existing river corridor plan. It was adopted in 2002, so this is an update, but a pretty significant update of it. We have master plans for our development sites within the critical area, Upper Landing, West Side Flats, Victoria Park, and Ford. So those really look at those sites in much more detail within kind of the critical area context. You know, we have the Great River Passage Master Plan for all of the land adjacent to the Mississippi River in St. Paul. We have master plans for all the regional parks, for example, Harriet Island and Lilydale. And then we have the River Balcony Master Plan. So we have thought a lot about how we relate to the Mississippi River, and this is kind of another chunk of that. So the way that this plan was developed, there was a 3-year rulemaking process that was led by the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources with extensive community and city involvement. And I know that some of you were part of that or certainly followed that process. We had a lot of city staff involved in that and a lot of back and forth with the DNR staff. Because of that, we felt that what came out of the new rules, the Minnesota rules, was very well informed by citizen input. So to prepare this chapter, which follows in the footsteps of those rules, PED staff prepared the draft. So we did the technical work. Josh Williams and I generally were the 2 key people working on this. Per the Met Council requirements, again, this is part of the Met Council Comprehensive Plan, whole set of chapters. We sent it to adjacent and affected jurisdictions. We heard back from 3 or 4 cities generally saying that they did not have any concerns with our critical area plan. And we also heard back from the affected jurisdictions, mostly like the Port Authority, and we worked with them, all of those, anyone who made a comment, we worked with them to make sure to address their comments. We also met with the key stakeholders that we've identified over, again, many years of doing riverfront planning. The DNR, we had them review a preliminary draft of this because they will do the final review. National Park Service, Friends of the Mississippi River, Friends of the Parks and Trails of St. Paul and Ramsey County, and the St. Paul Port Authority. So we really tried to bring it home and have a lot of comment on the local chapter from the rules. So just a quick slide here about what
Mr. Tolbert.
Councilmember Tolbert.
Could you speak a little bit to the outreach? It sounds like you reached out to a lot of interested parties in those. How you reached out to property owners or people in the adjacent areas?
We did not do that in any specific way with this chapter. Again, we relied on the process that had been used to create the rules to create the overlay districts in the first place. So we did a general ENS notice of this document and the availability of it, both at the Planning Commission level and here, but we did not do an individual property owner notification.
So we didn't do any mailing or email or anything like that to let them know, to let
We
people
did
know.
not direct mail. We did the ENS notice and we did the Pioneer Press Legal Ledger publications, but we did not do individual notifications to property owners. So the chapter itself, again, as I mentioned, there is a current critical area chapter on the books that was adopted in 2002. The new plan is required by the new rules that were adopted in 2016. The important thing to remember here is the rules really dictate most of the content. The rules are very specific, almost down to exact language that local communities have to have in their plans. So you see on the right-hand side of the slide the sections that are required. Again, those are dictated by state law, and you see those in our document. But very, very prescribed content of this document. In spite of that, though, we wanted this document to still look a little bit like the other chapters, so we have a set of 7 goals here that are not mandated in the rules, but we really felt it was important to establish them as broader policy for how the city is looking at the critical area, and you see them there. So recognition, celebration, protection of the Mississippi River, being mindful of the unique urban ecology, remembering this is a working river as well. Again, that balance between the natural environment and commerce, recreation, sustainability, equity, those issues which are embedded in the comp plan in general show up in the critical area document as well. And then that last bullet, really this balance between all the ways that the Mississippi River is a resource in St. Paul. So just to give you, just bring you up to date now on today. So in late March, the Planning Commission released the draft document. Again, this was after a couple of rounds of talking to our partners and getting their feedback on content. They released it for public review for about a month and had a public hearing April 19th. About another month later, May 17th, they approved an amended chapter, so they incorporated some changes based on the comment that they got at their public hearing, forwarded it on to the mayor and city council, and today you are having the public hearing. One thing for the next steps, I'm putting here that this would be laid over for final approval June 19th, only because I won't be here next week, and I want to be here when all of this gets wrapped up. So we're suggesting that it be laid over to June 19th. And then June 28th, we would incorporate any changes into this chapter and the other 6 chapters that you've looked at and we'll be looking at on the 19th as well. Submit them June 28th because we got a 6-month extension from Met Council, and this is due June 30th, which is a Sunday. So June 28th is really our deadline to get it to Met Council. So when we come back on the 19th, this will be kind of incorporated into the entire document, and you would adopt it as one full document.
Okay, so at the end of our public hearing, you'll be requesting a 2-week layover.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So if there's some outstanding questions, there's also that 2 weeks to
Yeah.
get them resolved. Okay, great. Are there questions for Ms. Thompson? Okay. Thank you so much. Don't go too far away there. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item?
Hi there. Good afternoon, Council President Brenmo and Council members. I'm Shirley Erstad, Executive Director of Friends of the Parks and Trails of St. Paul and Ramsey County. I live in St. Paul at 1660 Laurel Avenue. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I realize in the interest of time there was a suggestion not to have a public hearing, and we appreciate your leadership in deciding to hold one. The importance of this chapter cannot be overstated. There are lots of plans and rules that cover this geographic area, including the Great River Passage Master Plan, the DNR's critical area rules, future land use districts, zoning code, floodplain rules, neighborhood district plans, endangered and threatened species protections, forestry management guidelines, and as Ms. Thompson said, many others. It may be tempting to feel as if those multiple overlays mean this chapter is not important, but it's quite the opposite. The mere fact that so many different rules apply underscores the very critical nature of this area to the heart and history of St. Paul itself. Since giving testimony at the Planning Commission public hearing, there have been 5 amendments made by that body. we are concerned about amendment number 1. Friends of the Mississippi River suggested adding that sentence in your packet. You'll see which one I'm talking about. But they also had suggested additional language to follow it. The second sentence read, the city will utilize the criteria provided in the MERCA rules to evaluate potential visual impacts of additional height and if and when mitigation is needed. They also added, in some cases, to the next sentence. By just adding the first sentence, it gives that paragraph a different meaning. Therefore, we ask that Amendment 1 be amended to include all language that was suggested, making clear the intention of the added language. We also support adding language to prioritize environmental cleanup whenever opportunities present themselves. This would include the Superfund site at Pig's Eye Lake, as well as Area C on the Ford property. It is troubling that the City of St. Paul, once stating that cleaning Area C to recreational standards was a priority, but the city has pulled back from that commitment. The river has been high most of this spring. In fact, barge traffic on the river has still not begun, meaning this will be the latest barge traffic will commence since records have been kept. Anyone concerned about environmental justice should be paying attention. Surface area contamination in the floodplain on the western side of St. Paul means our neighbors to the east in Westside Flats and Battle Creek are downriver of that floodplain pollution. That's not acceptable, and we should add language in this chapter to do something about it. Thank you, and happy United Nations World Environment Day.
Thank you. Be sure to sign in. Are there other folks here to testify? Come on up.
Thank you, council members, for taking time to hear some additional comments on this chapter. My name is Dan McGinnis. I'm an East Side resident and also a board member of the Lower Phelan Creek Project. I'd like to focus specifically on Goal 6 of the plan, or rather the draft chapter, and some comments about the downtown reach and the floodplain reach, as shown in Figure 1 in the draft chapter. Excuse me. Goal 6 of the plan says that the river is the backbone of a community building network that extends beyond the shoreline and into the fabric of our surrounding neighborhoods. This is a significant goal, for it acknowledges the fact that when it is proposed in this chapter, or the fact that what is proposed in this chapter is important because it's about what happens beyond the borders of the critical area boundary and vice versa. This is particularly true on the east side, where the river corridor is part of the Dayton's Bluff, Mounds Park, Battle Creek, and Highwood neighborhoods. On the east side, the wide river corridor includes more acreage of connected parkland, natural habitat, and river floodplain than any other reach of the river in St. Paul. Beginning at the Bruce Vento Nature Sanctuary and extending downstream through the Dakota Mounds Park, Battle Creek Park, the Fish Hatchery, and the forested blufflands and the 500-acre Pig's Eye Lake in the Highwood neighborhood. What is often overlooked is the fact that in this reach of the river, 3 creek corridors run through the neighborhoods connecting the Mississippi River to nearby lakes in our neighborhoods. The Phelan Creek corridor runs from Lake Phelan to the Mississippi River, and while the creek itself is almost entirely underground, the Bruce Vento Regional Trail from Lake Phelan and along Phelan Boulevard and then through Sweet Hollow Park and the Bruce Vento Nature Sanctuary are important community connectors. Likewise, the Battle Creek corridor connects Mud Lake and Tanner's Lake and nearby Maplewood and Woodbury to the Mississippi River, with both the beautiful creek and a parallel public trails serving as important corridors. Finally, and perhaps least known, in fact hardly known by many, is the beautiful Fish Creek corridor, which connects Carver Lake and Fish Creek Preserve in Woodbury and Maplewood to the Mississippi River at Eagle Lake and Pig's Eye Lake at the lower end of the floodplain reach. Both Fish Creek and Pig's Eye Lake are difficult to access, but nonetheless are amazingly diverse and often beautiful resources once you can find a way to access them. Paralleling the river in this reach on the east side are our magnificent bluffs and significant and sacred sites of the Dakota, Wakantipi Cave at Bruce Vento Nature Sanctuary, the burial mounds at Mounds Park, and the locations of Kaposia, Little Crow's village sites along the east shore of the Mississippi River and Pig's Eye Lake. In this reach, there are also pockets of parkland and native habitat and a site whose fate is yet to be determined, the current site of Ramsey County's Boys Totem Town. I bring these specific places to your attention to emphasize that this chapter is dealing with real places and real people. The 2040 Comprehensive Plan is not a regulation, nor is it a zoning ordinance per se, as much as it is a statement of our collective intentions. We need these words and these maps to state our intentions. They need to be sincere, and we need to do what we can to implement the plan, putting real policy and real money behind it. It's a document that expresses how we plan to take care of our water, how we plan to take care of our land, and how we plan to take care of each other. The East Side neighborhoods over the years has taken a hit with the closure and relocation of several major businesses that once called the East Side home. Some now look upon the East Side as a rusting hulk of its former self, but I believe it's a sleeping giant beginning to stir. The significant challenges we face in implementing this plan are also opportunities to make the right choices and to act. Our East Side community, including the Lower Phelan Creek Project, is working hard to create with the city the Wakan Teepee Interpretive Center and gathering place at Bruce Venter Nature Sanctuary, and to acknowledge and fully address the Dakota significance of the cave and the nearby burial mounds. We are vitally interested in the future of the fish hatchery lands near Warner Road and Pig's Eye Lake and Eagle Lake, and what happens along the Highwood Bluffs, including the future of Boys Totem Town. As we address these opportunities, I hope we will sincerely take to heart the goals of this chapter of the plan, recognizing the historic and contemporary significance of these places and their importance to our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Be sure to sign in.
Good evening. Thank you for holding this meeting. It's really great. I won't walk you through that information, but I really sincerely hope you'll actually read it and take a look at it. I think it's really important, some of the details. What I would like to do is talk about the area, which is a very economically and ethnically diverse area. And unfortunately, it has been denied any resources for years, while Pig's Eye Regional Park has been in place for longer than I think most of the city council has been alive. But not a dime has been put into implementing the plan. We even have developed, outside of the area, we've developed Lilydale Regional Park, which is a wonderful park, but it isn't in our city, isn't in our county. Again, it's a wonderful thing, but if we have the resources to reach out like that, we should also be reaching out and dealing with providing these resources to, one of the most economically diverse and ethnically diverse areas of our city. If I don't know whether you got the viewer on.
You have something you'd like to have on the overhead?
Pardon me?
You're looking for the camera for
Yes.
the overhead?
Yes, thank you.
They'll get it up there.
And just to give you an idea, the area what we're talking about is this area over here. You see all this green area. Most of this is inaccessible today because you talked about sidewalks and stuff. There is no access to this land. There needs to be trails across to get to the land, then bridges, and they don't exist. There also needs to be.
Hold on. Yeah, apparently the overhead camera is not working. So
Okay.
you could, I mean, if there's something you think
Sure,
it's you.
sure, I'll just show it up. But I'll just say, as far as area, what the area is it's this area here in St. Paul we're talking about. And to give you an idea, this is a view of Pig's Eye Lake, St. Paul, downtown Minneapolis. This again is another shot of the lake. Residents are here, they can't get there. They look at it as a wonderful resource, but they can't get there. These are other examples. This happens to be from up Henry Park. again, Henry Park, looking out over the river area. And here are a couple of shots of, this is Eagle Lake that's down there. And again, this land, it needs access across to here. These are the neighborhoods. Same sort of thing here. This is Pig's Eye Lake area, and you can see it. And this is downtown St. Paul. You can see this vast area of parkland down here. This is the treatment plants over here. It's an absolutely gorgeous area. There's the Heron Rookery, the scientific and natural area. We have things like on the south end, a boat launch area. It's been closed for years. It just needs to be opened up and cleaned up. On the north end of the park, there's Pig's Eye Parkway that comes in there, needs some work, needs trails. The trail, the Morgan Trail, is 2 blocks away from the park, but there's not a trail connection into it. The side of the park there has a wood chipping operation. It's a commercial wood chipping operation nowadays, private business, that's on parkland, which is illegal. It's against the rules, but it's on there. It chips up wood and pallets, et cetera, and stuff. People can't see the park. They don't know the park exists because you tell them about the park, they drive down there, and there's this big industrial use across them. They come back and say, well, you told me about the park, but I can't find the park. This huge, wonderful asset, and there's no public access to it. And it I think speaks really to the treatment of the east side in general. For example, another piece right next to the park on the riverfront, Minneapolis has worked for years to get pollution off of the riverfront. They're shredding this material that's toxic to the neighborhood. It gets airborne, and people are really concerned. The city council, the mayor, the legislators worked to get it off. MPCA came down and tested and said, hey, you got to get off. So they moved it up to Becker into an enclosed building. But then they trucked the stuff down to St. Paul's riverfront right next to the park, and they dump it with big dump trucks, open air, spreading it out. And in particular kind of winter days, it's spread out. And this is next to the regional park, and nothing happens. Also,
Mr. Diamond, I want to just let you know that the timer's running out, so you have about 1 minute and 45 seconds,
okay,
just to give you some perspective.
But also, they come down with lines of coal trucks, dumping coal on the riverfront, and again, the dust, when it's up, you can't hardly even see the trucks. And this is the city that says we want to be carbon-free, and we're aiding and abetting the coal industry with publicly owned property that's publicly subsidized with our tax dollars. It's inconsistent policies. And who's paying the price? Again, a neighborhood that is disadvantaged in many ways, but has wonderful resources that we can build on. And so what I'm asking you to really look at is, are there ways that we can make sure that access for the public is finally provided after decades of no access to this park? And could we at least make initial steps by opening up the existing boat access and stuff so people can get down there and use it? And it's not just for us, it's for the whole metro area that we can actually access this wonderful resource. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the hearing.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here? We do have 41 seconds.
41 seconds, okay, quick. Greg Copeland from the east side. You know, a few years ago, the Met Council, about 20 years ago.
Greg, the mics work great. Just stand up.
Oh, okay. There we go.
You don't have to bend them. We can hear you fine. Come
on. Anyway, about 20 years ago, maybe a little better, the Met Council, I was listening to Ms. Thompson's presentation about how they get to bless this. They decided to reestablish 2 incinerators as part of our metro waste plant. And Sheldon Johnson, before he was elected to the legislature, and I and several others, said this is not a good plan for Minnesota, let alone St. Paul or the Mississippi River. And frankly, the council, the Met Council, had the opportunity to do what they did in Milwaukee, where they turned the product of the sewer plant that these folks at the Met Council want to burn into Milorganite, and they've been selling it since 1926.
So
all I'm trying to say is our biggest emitter on the river is that Met Council plant. So I want to know that we would back you if you wanted to take a little shot over the bow at stopping the expansion, because they're talking about repairing one and building an additional one. We don't need that. Thank you for your time.
All right, we're going to need some help up there getting the mics readjusted between speakers here. No, it's fine. They've changed, I think, since the last time you were here, Mr. Copeland, and now they adjust to like where you're standing and how loud you're speaking. So it's wonderful, but you got to kind of give it to the mics. All right, we're going to close the public hearing. Ms. Prince moves to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails. I know there's a request that we lay this matter over for 2 weeks. I want to give an opportunity to say some things. I also want to let folks know that it's 10 to 5, and we have to get through item number 73 before our 5:30 meeting starts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So just stuff to keep in mind, especially if we're laying this over and have opportunities again. I know there's people here, including Mr. Copeland, on other items. So are there comments on this piece of the comprehensive plan? Ms. Prince.
I have a very small amendment that I've passed out to all of you that I discussed with Ms. Thompson today, and I don't know if you want to speak to this amendment so everyone knows that it's appropriate that we're adding it, that it was an oversight. And this
is this a technical amendment, Ms. Prince? I mean, we just closed a public hearing, so if we're changing it, we would probably have to reopen the public hearing.
I did check on this with the city attorney to say, should I introduce it before the public hearing or after? And he said in this case, the fact basis would be the public hearing. This was raised as one of the issues, but if you...
Mostly just clarifying.
Yeah. I actually did check, should I introduce it before or after? Because I know if it had been an ordinance, we would have wanted to do it before the hearing.
Ms. Thompson?
And you're right. What Peter Warner advised is because Councilmember Prince had been given these comments prior to the hearing, so they were part of the hearing record prior to testimony, that it was appropriate to have them ready to go and wait until everything's done. But we already knew that they were in the works, so. And it is a policy addition. It's adding one more policy to, it talks about remediation of any known areas of contamination, and it mentions Pig's Eye because, as you heard, there was some concern about the Pig's Eye Superfund site, so.
Okay. So, Ms. Prince.
So this is, I did hand out a copy, but I just will state it for the record that we'd be adding a new policy on page 231, CA-21, pursue opportunities to clean up known areas of significant contamination, such as the Pig's Eye Superfund site within the critical area. So that is my amendment.
All right, so Ms. Prince makes this motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The amendment is approved.
Are there any further comments or changes, Ms. Prince?
I do just want to say, to sum up some of the comments that we heard here, that the critical area in most of your wards where the critical area exists, it is not heavy industry. It is heavy industry on the east side and in my ward. The Port Authority has industrial parks at Childs Road and also at Red Rock. And both of these are heavy industry. We deal with a lot of issues down there, one of which is that coming before us sometime soon will be the expansion of the Gavilon grain terminal site. in which they are requiring the construction of a rail spur. Down there, we deal with the railroads, which are not, as we all know, the railroads are not responsive. They are not subject to city zoning ordinance, and we cannot regulate them easily. So the concerns that have been raised here about trying to find a balance between the natural area here, which includes the North America's largest migratory flyway, which comes over Pig's Eye Lake. It is really hard maintaining this balance. So I want to thank the people who are here today and their sincere and heartfelt warnings to us about what we are dealing with down there. And I really appreciate the work of our staff, Lucy Thompson and Josh Williams and Luis Pereira, because I have heard from everyone who testified today and also from Friends of the Mississippi that the process has been a really good one where they felt like they could really have a voice. There are a few other issues that were raised today that I'm going to want to talk to you about before we finish this up, but I'm really grateful to staff and to those who are here to testify today about this very important part of the comp plan.
Great. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, Ms. Prince moves it 2-week layover. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is laid over to June 19th. Item number 35, Resolution Public Hearing 19-121, amending the financing and spending plans of the Department of Public Works capital budget by adding $165,000 in commercial vitality zone revenues to the 2019 sidewalk reconstruction program for the Cesar Chavez pedestrian improvements.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 36, Resolution Public Hearing 19-122, amending the financing and spending plans in the Public Works capital budget by adding $234,000 of Ramsey County funding and transferring $78,000 in revenues from the 2019 Signalized Intersection Safety Improvement Program to the 2019 Fairview Street Reconstruction Project for improvements at the Cleveland and Randolph intersection.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Mr. Tolbert moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 37, Resolution Public Hearing 19-125, amending the financing and spending plans of the Department of Public Works capital budget by adding $774,260 in revenues to the 2019 East 7th Street Safety Improvements Project.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Prince moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
7 in favor, no one opposed, or 6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 38, Resolution Public Hearing 19-126, authorizing the Department of Public Works to accept a MnDOT Safe Routes to School grant and amending the financing and spending plans of the Department of Public Works capital budget by adding $204,000 in revenues to the 2019 Washington Tech Safe Routes to School project.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 39, Resolution Public Hearing 19-141, authorizing Police Department to accept a grant in the amount of $67,000 from U.S. High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program and amend the 2019 grant fund budget.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Nelson moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 40, resolution public hearing 19-142, amending the financing and spending plans of the Department of Parks and Recreation in the amount of $1,005,831 for a transfer from the Housing Redevelopment Authority Development Capital Project Fund for implementation of the Victoria Park Master Plan.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 41, resolution public hearing 19-143, amending the financing and spending plan of the Department of Parks and Recreation in the amount of $50,000 to reflect funds received from the Lower Phelan Creek project for staff design services at the Wakan Tipi project.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Prince moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 42, resolution public hearing 19-161, approving acceptance of Minnesota China Friendship Garden Society funds for the St. Paul Changsha China Friendship Garden Project, amending the financing and spending budget of the Department of Parks and Recreation and City Internal Loan Fund in the amount of $345,922.09 for the project and approving an internal loan.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Prince moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Legislative hearing consent agenda items 43 through 73 are before you for your consideration.
Welcome, Ms. Mormond.
Good afternoon. I am requesting that you pull items 47 and 52 from the consent agenda.
47 and 52.
Item number 47, RLH TA 19-194, ratifying the appealed special tax assessment for property at 612 Cook Avenue East.
Ms. Mormond.
This is a special tax assessment associated with a summary abatement order. What was abated was a vehicle that was determined to be inoperable, and I have the order here. It indicates that they found it to be inoperable and also that it had flat tires. A photograph of the vehicle here shows you that it does indeed appear inoperable. There's a board on the driver's side window. The driver's side front tire, it is resting on the rim, and from another angle, it looks as if the tire itself is melted into the pavement. So by the account of the owner and the inspector, the RV had been there for a very long period of time. The abatement order, as long as we're looking at that photo, was written on both of those vehicles, and the van was removed by the property owner, Mr. Copeland. Mr. Copeland brought up several arguments in the legislative hearing about why he shouldn't be responsible for the assessment. And just for the record, the costs are as follows. The police cost was $980. They sold it at auction for $225, meaning they forwarded an assessment of $750 or $755. Adding in the administrative costs, the total is $912, and I also recommend dividing that over 5 years. One of the arguments that was made by Mr. Copeland was the timing of the order. It did not provide him enough time to actually move the vehicle. One of the vehicles was moved. He said the mail, although it was dated September 18th coming from the city, he didn't get it for a few days. It was a 1-week order. Notably, the order was not executed until several days after the deadline, and so it was still 7 days between receipt of order and actual removal of the vehicle. Another question brought forward was he didn't believe that he had due process in this whole event. The first question is always, you received the summary abatement order, you took action on the summary abatement order, you did not appeal the summary abatement order, which is, of course, a mechanism to object to whether or not an order should have been issued or ask for an extension. That did not happen. Another thing that came up in the course of the hearing was
he believed that this constituted a forfeiture of his vehicle, and that recent court decisions would say that the municipality is prohibited from conducting forfeitures of vehicles. I would say we're talking about from crime, taking vehicles. This vehicle is not being forfeited to the state or to the city. This vehicle was being abated as a nuisance in and of itself, and it could be retrieved back from. So this is not a forfeiture action on the part of the city, is what I would propose to you. Finally, Mr. Copeland indicated that he believed that he did make a good faith effort by removing one of the two vehicles. The removing of the one vehicle did mean that the net assessment, of course, is less at the end, but that doesn't take care of the cost that was incurred by the city in removing the RV from the property. My recommendation, as I said, is approval of the assessment, dividing it over 5 years.
Great. Are there any questions for Ms. Mormont? Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? And Mr. Copeland, we reset those mics, so if you just stand back up, there, you're perfect. You're perfect. Then you can use your arms and everything.
Well, I didn't plan on using my arms.
Well, just to gesture.
Oh, well, like in that fashion, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, members of the council, Madam President, and Ms. Mormon, I appreciate the fact that you were willing to extend the date of this presentation, because I had a kidney stone on the very day that I was supposed to be with you, and subsequently that's been removed surgically, and thank God for St. Joe's Kidney Stone Institute, little commercial for them, and they richly deserve it. It's my second visit down there and second surgery.
And your timer's running.
I know. But, I'll try to answer the questions or the conclusions raised here. I'm requesting specifically that we get the assessment deleted. Get it deleted here. And why? Because frankly, I think that there are several points. The due process argument, I think, is true. To take property from a citizen before they've had a chance to have a hearing is wrong. And I think that our city charter says it's wrong. I think our United States and state constitution say it's wrong, and I've provided those documents to Ms. Mormon at the hearing, and you've got them in your packet. I won't read them. But the point is that there was something I came across, in the context of this towing of my, RV, which my wife and I purchased, and yes, it has been sitting there a long time because my wife passed away in 2008, and my goal and her goal when we purchased this was to use it as a food truck. Before the food truck craze even started, she was a dietitian in her work life, was a public health inspector, got rear-ended, and we ended up coming to Minnesota because of Sister Kinney, so that she could actually get some help, because Florida workers' comp is lousy. I could use another word. But, and the fact that there was only $200 obtained, not a surprise knowing what the process is. But for the purposes of the tabs that I had been purchasing over the years, the last valuation was $15,000. No, it probably wasn't worth $15,000, but it was certainly worth more than $200. Regarding the business, it was insured. I got current insurance on it. It was with tabs, as was the other vehicle. The other vehicle left because a friend of mine, John Wyckoff, was in Maplewood. He was in the county nursing home with the second knee replacement, and I thought maybe he could use that van. As far as the remaining RV, I in May had obtained a new title because I was going to try and either sell it or donate it. So, I was aware that we had a need to make some changes with regard to that. And then the sort of overriding issue here, it seems to me, is this whole question of the notice. It used to be...
But wait, let's stop your timer. But my question is, why didn't you just ask for an extension or appeal it?
Well, frankly, I thought I could comply with the order. I wasn't used to the city showing up on Saturday afternoons with the biggest tow truck I've ever seen, backing it down the alley with 2 police officers stationed at my property,
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just, there
I
is
mean,
a method
that's
to.
my
sticking an
answer. 'Cause
extension. Okay.
I had the
You
other.
didn't expect the city
the
to
other-
show up when it said it was going to.
Well, they didn't say they were going to show up on Saturday.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
honestly.
I just was wondering why you
And I
didn't.
asked the tow truck driver,
Yeah.
Madam President,
Okay.
when was the first time you've ever come on a Saturday down from Blaine with a tow truck that you're driving of this size, biggest one I've ever seen? He said, never. I attempted to make an arrangement with him to tow it to another location. He said he charged me $325. And then he looked at his Google Maps and he says, well, I can't get it in that location. And then he said I'd have to charge you more to get it down to the impound lot.
Okay.
But the big point I'd like to make is that under our rules regarding the legislative hearing officer in section 18, if you go down to section 1802, it talks about within 10 days after the date of original notice of code violation, or within 10 days after the notice on newspaper acts, that you have to act. Well, if you look at the calendar, the notice went out on the 18th of September. Apparently they start counting on either that day or the next, I'm not sure. I got it on Saturday, the 22nd. And, the other vehicle left on the 28th. The vehicle that you see on the screen, my RV, was towed by the city on the 29th, as I have previously indicated. If we're counting from the day that a citizen gets a notice, and we used to have certified mail delivery of these things, and I know because I had, excuse me, but I must say that having the head shake is kind of tough to overcome here because she's kind of the authority down here, I understand. But, we had a situation where I was told that I had trash behind my garage some years back, and the inspectors, two of them on this case, signed off on that. Well, Greg Copeland has no garage. Still don't have a garage, as you can plainly see, on my narrow little residential lot. And what happened is I was sharing my garbage service with my neighbor, and there was a delay, and the decision had to come back. And I was told
I want to pause you again. You have 15 seconds, Mr. Copeland, and I want to make sure that you land the plane.
Well, all I'm saying to you is I've only been down there one other time, and frankly, I understand what the rules are. A public improvement, I understand what that is. It's a street, it's a sidewalk, it's utilities. It's not beating up on the poor people in the community. And 59% of these towings, and if you want to take it out one more ward, you can get to about 80%. And if you take it out to include the west side, it's 88.2%. Are all in the poorest areas that you had your little screen up here for in green. Well, if anything, you can't make green, the prosperity of green with hitting up all the people who are poor, and I'll admit it, in our community. That's not what's going to change St. Paul. We talked about some compassion. I see.
But Greg, the problem is I still have many, many items on the agenda, and your time is up. So can you just let us know what you're asking to delete the?
I'm asking to delete based on lack of due process. I'm asking to delete based on the fact that the attempt to comply, I think, was a good faith effort and a reasonable approach by the DSI folks, safety and inspections, would have, I'm told that if I just made a phone call, well, you know what? Other people can make phone calls too. And I think, when the only issue was there was one flat tire, not two, I had a spare. I had talked to Roy with Budget Towing. He wanted $150 to come out and change it. I was trying to comply, but I didn't have a chance.
Greg.
Because the city gave me such great service and towed the vehicle away. And I guess somebody got a nice RV and maybe they'll get a food truck. I don't know.
Okay,
but
we're going to close the public
I'll thank
hearing.
you for your time and
Thank
attention,
you.
members. And,
all right, Ms.
God
Prince.
bless you.
Ms. Prince moves to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails. Ms. Prince.
I have a question, Ms. Mormon. So the vehicle was towed, and is part of the issue here that it was sold by, the vehicle was sold? I mean, do we usually do that when we tow an inoperable vehicle?
If vehicles are not claimed at the impound lot, the police department does hold periodic auctions. The money that is gained at the auction for unclaimed vehicles and when they're towed off of private property is taken off of the top of what the charge would have been. So the $980 charge was decreased by the amount that the police received for the vehicle at auction, which was $225 was the highest bid.
And that was how many months after, or how many days after?
I have a spreadsheet on that, but I don't have that up right now. I can get that for you if you like.
But there's a holding time.
Yes, there's a minimum, I believe, 14-day holding time. And
Is that an issue here?
No, I'm sorry, you asked the question.
Yeah.
So what are you?
Can I ask Mr. Copeland a question? Are you claiming that you would have picked up the vehicle? I mean, is that part of your issue here? Is that the vehicle was sold?
No, there's two separate parts to this. I mean, towing it away is the one cost because it had a flat tire. That was its crime. And then there's the notice that came from the police department by certified mail, and I gave that to Ms. Mormon. And, that's a whole separate civil process, and that's why I was talking about civil forfeiture. Because, frankly, it does apply to localities, it does apply to states, and taking property, and I didn't read the Constitution to you, you can do that yourselves. You can't do this stuff. You can't run around and do that. And our concern was that if I didn't have the money to run right out and have Roy come over with his tow truck and take off the old tire, because he was a little concerned how that would go, and put on the new spare, which I had, hey, am I going to be able to afford an attorney and the fees down at the impound lot and all the rest? I mean, I'm sure you all are familiar with what that all adds up to do. And I'm not looking for any special treatment. I'm just looking for a little compassion because, frankly, I think that I got more service than I guess I was entitled to by getting this tow truck to show up, 3 days after the city inspector re-inspected and decided that it was time to tow away a vehicle. And it was registered, and it was insured, and it wasn't abandoned, and it was on my property, not the city's, and it wasn't causing anybody any trouble. Thank you very much.
I believe it was.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Copeland, or did you have an answer, Ms. Mormon?
Just for clarity's sake, the Department of Safety and Inspections, which is what I believed was being referred to earlier, does not have a practice of sending things certified mail outside of the most serious orders that they issue, which would be remove or repair building orders. However, the police department did send a certified mail indicating that the vehicle was in the impound lot. That letter is attached to your record. It is a letter that's it says date notified October 2nd. So that is in your record, and it was sent certified mail.
And I have it.
But I think the question was, how long was it in the impound lot?
And I can't put my hands on the spreadsheet right now from here to tell
But
you.
there was a certified letter that said it was in there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, other questions? Ms. Prince?
Yes, it's Mr. Mr.
Oh, my understanding from earlier today was that you were, no. Okay, well, I would move the recommendation of the legislative hearing officer. I'm open to other input. All right, Ms. Prince?
I'm certainly sympathetic, but I don't see how we can reach the due process issue at this, in this particular action. And I really appreciate Mr. Copeland coming in and the level of frustration he feels. I do, it is difficult to go through this. It's expensive. And so it's a tough one. I just can't see a way around it, I guess.
Okay, other thoughts? All right, so there's a motion for the recommendation of the legislative hearing officer, which is to affirm the assessment but spread it out over 5 years, you said? So
Yes.
approximately $200 a year for 5 years. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 52, RLHBO 19-14, appeal of Susan Drake and Yost to a notice of condemnation as unfit for human habitation in order to vacate at 920 Fremont Avenue.
Ms. Mormont.
This one is a little unusual. What is in front of you is a vacate order, and the property owners are here. They do not directly want to appeal the vacate itself, and I can give a little bit of background, but they do want to have some concerns that they have put on the record. And I met with them for a length of time in the hallway, and they've asked if I can summarize their concerns for you, and if they have any additional comments, then they would come forward. First, let me tell you what we're looking at here. 920 Fremont, the order to vacate was written because there was no front porch to speak of, and looking at the photo of the house there from the street, you can see that front porch enclosure. The roof had collapsed, and there are no stairs within that area, so it is simply a straight drop. The inspector reported that the back stairs to the property are extremely rickety and unsafe. Therefore, it was condemned because there was no safe egress from the property. In the course of the legislative hearing, we were searching for assistance dollars that may be able to assist in putting the porches back together so that there would be safe entrances and exits from the property. We needed to get an additional inspection and are able to determine what kind of resources would be necessary, whether rebuilding together, maybe Habitat for Humanity, Brush with Kindness, PED, what kind of resources there would be. So the owners worked with Lauren Leitner from the House Calls program and filled out any number of applications. The follow-up inspection happened almost immediately from the Planning and Economic Development, sending out a rehab advisor who found that the roof was in a state of collapse, and that the conditions that were visible from the exterior, he believed, exceeded the $25,000 that they have available for owner-occupied properties. The interior inspection that I had asked as a follow-up matter was conducted on May 17th, and the findings, this is really hard to say, the house is quite literally falling down around their ears. The roof is collapsing. The ceiling is collapsing. The floors are failing. The support beams in the basement are failing. There is not a single system in this house that is salvageable. And by system, I mean foundation, roof, walls, electrical, plumbing, venting, all of it. The staff from Planning and Economic Development shared the inspection report and photos with CDC to get just a general idea of what kind of expense there would be, trying to gauge just how bad this is financially to be able to tackle. And their initial estimate, just looking at the inspection report and photos, was that it would be in excess of $159,000. Another person at Planning and Economic Development estimated it would be between $200,000 and $250,000. The property value right now is approximately $52,000 when it's said and done. This is not a salvageable property, but more importantly, from what's in front of you today, is this is not a safe property to live in. When the inspector went back, I should say that the rain from the day before was still dripping through the roof and the ceiling onto the inspector. The toilet itself, you can see in the photo, sits askew. It is not sitting on the floor of the bathroom squarely because the floor is failing. It is sitting on the sewer pipe. This is one of the two worst structurally damaged properties I've seen in my years. So we come to a place where in the legislative hearing process, I needed to make a preliminary decision before bringing it forward to council, in which case I said this appeal should be denied. This is not a safe place to live. There should not be an extension of time to live here. This needs to be vacated, and a safer place needs to be found for folks to live. we have resources that we can offer people. Ms. Leitner was there from the House Calls program. There is emergency assistance. There are hotel vouchers for people who meet the income requirements. Actually, emergency assistance has income requirements as well. There are income requirements to get legal aid, although they were able to obtain an attorney, but who isn't representing them exactly in this situation now. They are feeling very much like they are falling between the cracks because Mr. Yost works full-time. And although he is a senior, he is simply collecting the wages from his job. He isn't collecting Social Security, and we've strongly encouraged him to work with legal aid to make sure that, you know, he gets all of the assistance that he's able to get. Their apartments that House Calls were able to find were in the $1,000 range, which they feel exceeds their ability to pay. But they are in a place where they have more money than what the assistance can help with. They are still living in a hotel, and they are angry and frustrated and hurt and scared, and there's a lot coming at them that they need to deal with right now. And my best advice at a time like this is that this is not something that I, as a legislative hearing officer, or I think the council can give advice to a person on. This is something that you need your own financial advisor from a housing program. You need your own attorney. You need your own professional who works exclusively in your interest to give you advice. And I think that's where they're at right now. But that's a system that they're struggling with, and they wanted to share that it isn't easy to access those things, especially when you work traditional Monday through Friday hours, and those are the hours of a lot of the services that are available. So do you have any additional comments that you'd like to make? Mr. Yost, Ms. Drake? Is that it?
We've been struggling financially and medically with bills and different things, bankruptcies, a lot of other things. I'm not working. I haven't worked for 4 years. 4 years ago, I fell and fractured my lower back, and we've got all kinds of problems. And if we would have had the means to move out of the house or do something, you know, we would have done it. And we're just having a hard time, and we're struggling really bad. We've been in the house for almost 20 years, and to me, it's like a part of us, you know? Even the condition it's in, it's like been a part of us for 20 years. We just don't know what to do, or in some cases, they've been helpful. In some cases, they haven't been helpful, and we don't know. We just don't know what to do. We're just lost. John, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I do appreciate all the help that, you know, you people have been trying to upon us.
We have tried
but
to comply with everything we could.
I really don't know where to go from here. You know, I don't really want to put her out in the street, and I don't want to see myself out there either. But if we could get some kind of financial help from some of these programs, they promised that there would have been different programs besides the one, but she only requested the only one. She didn't put in, she did not submit the other to the other programs.
So I think that there's two things going on here. One of them is what's in front of us is the condemnation of the home. And I think looking at the photographs and listening to the description, that we know that for your safety, that's a vote we're going to have to take today. But the other thing is that I want to say is that we hear you, and that you're struggling, and that you need help, and that you need someone you trust that can help you navigate this. And so I know Ms. Prince is your council member. I know she's very compassionate, and I know that she'll want to dive in on this. But it is separate from the issue in front of us, and I also want to respect your privacy. You don't have to share all this information with us on the TV cameras. So I think we should look at what's in front of us,
All right.
I'm gonna vote on it, and then know that we hear you and we understand that, that you would like more support as you navigate what's in front of you. So,
You know, we're willing to do what we have to do to, you know, to get it done and everything else, but we don't really know how to deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
yep. So what we'll do.
We don't have computers, we don't have a cell phone, and so then we're, you know, like dinosaurs. I mean, you know, we just don't have the latest gadgets or the cell phones or, you know, all that stuff. We just been more or less just, you know,
Surviving.
just surviving, you know, and that's, I thought that was the most important thing, is to survive.
Yeah.
You know, evidently it wasn't enough, and, you know.
We'll help you out.
It's not as though that we haven't been trying to, you know, do it, but it's just that if we would have got financial help, if we would have been in touch with all these programs that they are upon us right now.
Maybe
if
a lot
I would have
sooner.
known that over the years,
Right.
you know, it would have been, all this would have been eliminated and taken care of, because we would have been able to take care of it then.
And before this, we just put in a new hot water heater that we need badly. We spent like
Right.
$1,200 on that.
Yeah, and
And
see,
it's like you're just trying to make ends meet and live
Yeah.
and pay for food. And pay
So
for
why
bills.
don't we do this? Why don't we close a public hearing and we'll vote on this? And then we actually, I think we'll finish out this part of the agenda. We'll have a few minutes. Maybe you can have an opportunity to connect with Ms. Prince.
you.
all right.
And then we'll go from there. But again, we hear you and we want to make sure that you land on your feet. So,
Oh, yeah. we
but let's
both-
keep these things
We both understand exactly what you guys are, where you're coming from, and, you know, and everything else. All we want to know is where we stand and what our rights are and everything else.
Okay, all right.
You know.
So Ms. Prince is going to move to close the public hearing.
Okay.
All in favor, say
Thanks, Mr.
aye.
Yost and Ms.
Any
Drake.
opposed?
Okay.
Motion prevails.
We'll talk after.
And so,
I will move the recommendation of the hearing officer on this. I do want to acknowledge how much Ms. Mormond explained about the involvement of PED and house calls and the outreach to nonprofits and the work done to connect you with legal aid. And I will get involved and we'll see if we can pull some of this stuff together to figure out some next steps. But I really, what I heard from Ms. Mormond is that every effort is being made, that we're concerned about you, and that we'll try to figure this out together as we have been doing.
all right.
Thank you.
So Ms. Prince moves the recommendation of the legislative hearing officer. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
5 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is adopted.
Okay, so then what's before us is the remainder of the legislative hearing consent agenda, items 43 to 73, less 47 and 52, which we've taken separately. This is a public hearing on those items. Is there anyone here on those remaining consent legislative hearing agenda items? Council is back in order. Roll call.
Tolbert, Busuri, Jalali Nelson, Naker, Prince, Tao, Council President Brenmoen. 4 present, 3 absent, being council members Tolbert, Tao, and Jalali Nelson. I'm sorry, Nate Busuri. Sorry, long day. But Councilmember Busuri is excused.
All right. Thank you. And for folks that are here this evening, thank you for allowing us a quick break there. Our 3:30 meeting usually does not go until 5:30, and so we just needed a quick breather. Appreciate that break. And so we will dive into the public hearings, items 74 through 84 tonight. We have some fourth readings of ordinances that, third reading of ordinances that will have our public hearings tonight, as well as some resolution public hearings and some appeals. So again, when we get to these items, we'll clarify the amount of time that each side has to testify. We remind people to introduce themselves, let us know where they live, and then when they're done, not before they're done speaking, but when you're done speaking, to sign in on, there's a sign-in sheet on either side of the ledger that will give you an opportunity to write your whole address and contact information for the public record. So with that, we will get started on item 74.
Item number 74, ordinance 19-31, granted the application of Paula Lilly to rezone property at 321 Irvine Avenue from R2 one-family residential to RT1 two-family residential, and amending Chapter 60 of the Legislative Code pertaining to the zoning map.
All right, and I believe we have a brief staff report. Welcome.
Council President, council members, good afternoon. I'm Michael Wade, City Planner, Planning and Economic Development. 321 Irvine Avenue is an undeveloped 10,000 square foot property currently zoned R2 one family. The owner is applying to rezone the property to RT1 two family in order to build a duplex. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning. Zoning Committee voted 6-1 to recommend approval. Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. The Summit University Planning Council voted in favor of the rezoning with the understanding that construction would be dependent on geotechnical investigations of the property. A representative of the owner is present today to answer any questions that may come up.
Great. Are there questions of staff? All right, thank you. Oh, there's one question, Ms. Naker.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but just wanted to highlight what you had just said, Mr. Wade, which is that I did receive some correspondence from the West 7th Fort Road Federation with some concerns about buildability of the site and a spring and I think some drainage issues that had been an issue on the site in the past. And there is an engineer's report in the Planning Commission records, and I checked in with our chief building inspector to make sure that there would be a process for our Department of Safety and Inspections to make sure that that engineer's report is followed when before any building can take place. So just wanted to make sure we were going to be taking care of those geotechnical issues, and it sounds like we are.
Okay, so separate from the zoning issue, the site plan and other engineering questions. All right, great, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing. Oh, you are. Oh. I'm completely supportive of your decision. Ms. Naker moves to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the ordinance is laid over to June 12th for final adoption. Item number 75, ordinance 19-33, amending ordinance number 16740, establishing the Mosquito Church Heritage Preservation Site, approved on October 28, 1978, under Council File Number 271887, to set new legal boundaries based upon the recommendation of the St. Paul Heritage Preservation Commission.
And Ms. Nelson, do we need a staff report?
I don't believe so, no. Actually.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Nelson moves to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the ordinance is laid over to June 12th for final adoption. Item number 76, resolution public hearing 19-108, approving the preliminary plat for Rivoli Bluff to create 26 one-family residential lots and one outlot at 660 Rivoli Street et al.
And I think we'd like a quick staff report on this.
Council President, council members, Bill Dermody, staff with the Department of Planning and Economic Development. This is a plat on Railroad Island in District 5 at the south end of Rivoli Street. Proposed plat to create 26 lots to allow for a single-family home development. We did receive a letter from the Payne-Phelan Community Council, and I believe their executive director is here to speak to that this evening. Planning Commission did not weigh in on this. Plats go directly to City Council. The staff recommendation is for approval on this. We do have an additional condition I would recommend that Council President has in her hand to make sure that the outlot to the south gets split off by the time we get to final plat. It was a technical issue that we realized had not been resolved ahead of time, but it will be resolved before final plat goes through.
Great. Are there any questions for Mr. Dermody? All right. Do you want to bring that amendment in now?
Present.
Yeah. Okay. So Ms. Prince has an amendment.
Yeah, in response to the letter that was received from District 5, I contacted my colleagues who share Railroad Island with me, and I also contacted Mr. Dermody about a request that D5 made regarding working on accessing the public realm and the views that are the extraordinary views from the Rivoli Bluff site going forward after the replat or as part of the replatting. So I would like to move version 2, and I probably should read those changes into the record.
Yeah.
We're adding a whereas clause. The area is recognized by Payne-Phelan Community Council and in the draft 2040 comprehensive plan as containing significant public views toward downtown and the Mississippi River. And then we're adding a third condition. The property owner will cooperate with the Payne-Phelan Community Council and the city in the pursuit of funding, designing, and building a publicly accessible overlook and viewing platform in this vicinity, including access to it to allow enjoyment of the dramatic views toward downtown and the Mississippi River in a manner that does not adversely impact the proposed housing project, including its number, size, or quality of units. Such efforts will also pursue pedestrian connections to and from the broader surrounding area. And then condition 4, which Mr. Dermody just referenced, the final plat shall incorporate the panhandle-shaped property to the south, which still needs to be split from the main property currently intended for development. So I would like to move that version of the resolution so that that can be considered as part of the public hearing.
And I support the resolution, and I think the District 5 Executive Director drove me up to Rivoli Bluff to show how important it was to add some of these access points, because otherwise, in effect, we're creating a gated community, and it's a very cool site over Holman's Field, and I think it's one of the 7 hills in St. Paul, so I very much support the changes on version 2.
Great.
Any other discussion on this amendment? All right, seeing none, Ms. Prince moves the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The amendment is approved.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Welcome.
Madam President, council members, thank you very much. My name is Jack Byers. I'm the Executive Director of the Payne-Phelan Community Council, District 5, and I'm here tonight on behalf of our board, who did hear this item last week and made the recommendation, and I appreciate your support of that recommendation in the motion. I wanted to just say a word or two to amplify that, and that is that in the comprehensive plan, which this body recently passed and sent on to the Met Council, as a planner, I testified before the Planning Commission that I was very appreciative of our colleagues in PED who put a line on every single map showing the areas of concentrated poverty in the city. I think that line is incredibly important, and it's important that it is on every map because it's problem identification. And I think that's important for this city. I also think it's important for this city to not just leave that line sitting there for 20 years, but to make investments within that area of concentrated poverty to erase that line by 2040. Otherwise, it just becomes a line that white people can use to allow private disinvestment in an area that really does need a lot of investment. So I appreciate that you are taking that seriously and that you are considering making those investments, and we do indeed look forward to working with you and with Dayton's Bluff Neighborhood Housing Corporation cooperatively to see what we can do to find additional funds and wherewithal to make those additions possible. And I should also point out that one of the things that also came up for the Community Council was the concern that any public improvements should not be, the maintenance and upkeep should not be borne by the homeowners association, particularly because it is a low-income housing project. So we definitely appreciate your support, and thanks for a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else here to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, Ms. Prince moves the resolution. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 77, resolution public hearing 19-123, ratifying the assessments for replacement of lead water service line on private property during January to March 2019.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? They tricked us. All right, seeing none, Ms. Nelson moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 78, resolution public hearing 19-124, ratifying the assessments for replacement of sanitary sewer line on private property during January to March 2019.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Mr. Tolbert moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 79, resolution public hearing 19-159, approving the petition of Bremer Bank and Snelling Shields LLC to vacate a portion of the alley in Block 1 Milham Park.
And we would like a brief staff report on this. If, there he is. I mean, since you're here, welcome.
Council President Brenmo and council members, this is a vacation of a portion of an alley that is between the property that is to be developed or is being developed by Wellington Management, and I believe Bremer Bank will has a presence on that site now, but will be potentially having a presence in the future. It's a mixed development. There will be some parking in the back. The vacation is to if you'd like to see a picture, I could show you, but the vacation is to narrow the alley. The result after the vacation will be to narrow it by a few feet for the parking, and there will still be access through an easement for emergency vehicles to service the development behind and also the church on the other side. There's also a stormwater drainage easement that would be retained, as well as a couple of utilities, because there's a light pole or a power pole behind the church. Because the alley will be cut off, then there will be access from the south up through the alley, but then it will stop at kind of the south end of the church property, and then there will be a turnaround easement that has already been provided. It's a condition of the vacation, but that turnaround easement will occur within a parking lot that the church will be developing on property that they already own. So emergency vehicles or service vehicles, as well as just residents, could have a place to back in and or to drive through the parking lot and turn around.
Okay, great. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. And the overhead camera's not working, so we couldn't have looked at the picture. You painted a nice picture, thank you. Oh, they fixed it. Okay, great. Thank you. So there's no questions, so we will go to the public hearing. What? Well, we're going to go to the public hearing. If you'd like to come testify, come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Julia Duarte. I disagree with the alley being closed. I live right in that area. It's going to look nice once it gets all done, and that's going to be good. But according to me, and I live in there, I can't get through there without another exit because people park where they're not supposed to be parking, and I can't get out. And in the winter, it's the same. It's worse in the winter. You can't even move out of there. And the alley needs lighting. The pavement, the asphalt needs done. It's too dark in the back. And what about the emergency and the recycle and any other trucks that need to come by? To me, it's not going to work. It's an inconvenience. It's going to look good, but for the people that live there, it's not. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. And I will yield to you, but I think what I'm reading is it's a portion of the alley, and perhaps it would be helpful for Bruce to go over the plan that he has and clarify it with you, because it sounds like you have some questions that I believe are addressed in the plan. But Ms. Nelson?
I'm going to let staff speak to that briefly just to get clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council President Brenmo and council members, there are some people here who are representing the development who could provide probably more explanation of exactly what is happening or is proposed to happen with the alley. Perhaps they could respond to the
Yeah, and if you do have a map, apparently the overhead is working. It says vacate a portion of the alley, and I'm assuming we're not eliminating people's ability to use their trash and recycling.
I need to put it right here. Thank you. It may be a little small if they can zero in on it, but
they're coming
the portion that is highlighted in green is the proposed vacation area. On the left is Central Baptist Church, and then the existing development is on the right. So this portion of the alley would be vacated, the green portion. The alley does come down from farther south and comes up through there. At the south tip of that vacation area, there will be kind of a barrier, but emergency vehicles can come in from the north, and residents will still be able to come in from up here. And then, as I said,
can you just slip the map up a little bit? Yep, that way, a little bit further, because we couldn't tell what you're pointing to on the, a little too far. Come back a little bit. Okay. So you're saying the residents can still, they can still get in the alley on the south side?
Correct, but it would be a dead-end alley. I mean, it would be a dead end with a turnaround right in the area at the south end of the vacated area. The church owns property right now in that area, and they would be removing the structures in there to create a parking lot that would provide adequate turnaround for service vehicles and residents, and Public Works has reviewed it, and they're comfortable with that.
Okay, so the end, instead of being just an alley, it would have a turn, basically a T or a side of a T that a vehicle could turn around in.
There would be let's see if I can find a drawing that would show the parking lot. Just give me a moment. So this shows the area with the purple line going north. That would be the alley. That is to be the part of the alley to be vacated. The rest of the alley would remain going to the south. And then this area, this box in the purple would be the parking lot where people could turn, could back in or pull in and turn around.
Okay. Okay, so you're vacating the north part of the alley and the south part will remain the same, except
Correct.
you're adding a turnaround?
Correct.
Okay. That helps clarify. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. That's why we do this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other folks on the public hearing on this item? No?
Council President, council members, I'm Casey Jevachensky from Wellington Management. I think Ms. Duarte just walked out, but I was going to try to address some of her concerns. But Bruce summed everything up well. I would say the only addition is that part of the reason we need to shift or vacate a portion of the alleys, we're providing a enhanced public realm right away in front of our building to meet the comprehensive plan and the stationary plan for the Green Line. And in addition, the parking lot that will be developed south of Central Baptist Church will have new landscaping, new lighting, new fencing to kind of improve the area for the neighborhood. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the public hearing? Seeing none, Ms. Nelson moves to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. Public hearing is closed and the resolution is adopted. Item number 80, resolution public hearing 19-162, approving the application submitted by Tom Dillon of Madison Equities for an exception to the general hours of operation for pedestrian skyway bridges 33, 43, and 46, which serve the degree of honor building during construction and asbestos abatement.
All right, and I believe we're getting a staff report. No, there's no staff report. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Ms. Naker. This moves to close the public hearing.
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails. Ms. Naker.
Thank you. I'm going to move approval of this application, but I want to point out that this, and Mr. Dillon and I have talked about this as well, and I really appreciate that he has stepped up to be the new point of contact for this project, but this Skyway portion has been closed since last summer. This is an extremely long closure of a critical part of our skyways, which are themselves a really valuable part of our downtown infrastructure for residents, for employees, for people with accessibility challenges. And so I just want to point out that this has been a really long closure and call out the Skyway Governance Advisory Committee's resolution in which they point out that they are willing to extend this to December 1st, but they're disappointed that there were basically a period of at least 10 months where there really hadn't been work going on that was expected to be going on when the Skyways were closed, and that they are specifically requesting a monthly report to them regarding construction progress and that building management post physical signage about the timeline and detours at the site of the closure, and that if the construction is not completed by December 1st, that a temporary passageway be constructed by Madison Equities. So I just wanted to put those things on the record, and Mr. Dillon, I know, is aware of these already, but it's just really important that we minimize the amount of time that our Skyway is closed, and we depend on all of the building owners along that Skyway to do their part to help us keep that critical artery open. So having put that on the record, I do move approval.
Great, and worth getting on the record. It's not an excuse to be closed into perpetuity. So, any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 81, resolution public hearing 19-164, reciting a proposal for a housing finance program for a multifamily rental housing development, giving preliminary approval to the project and the program, authorizing the HRA to issue conduit multifamily housing revenue obligations, and authorizing the preparation of necessary documents and materials in connections with the Wright Street Flats project.
All right, do we need a staff report on this, Mr. Tao? No. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, Mr. Tao moves to close the public hearing and approve. Or just close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails. Mr. Tao.
Thank you, Council President. This is one of the exciting projects that's happening on the north end, really connecting the north end and the University Avenue corridor, and really address some of the issue we have around affordable housing. So I'm excited about this project, and I'd like to have everybody's support on it.
Great. And you definitely have my support on this. I'm really excited about this project that's in the North End, but it's in Ward 1. It's been an HRA lot that's been vacant and looking for some exciting development for a long time. And I want to appreciate Michael Bulow and Dan Bayers. You two have really worked hard on pulling this all together, and we're looking at creating affordable family apartments, which is something we need a ton in the city. And I've seen some of the other projects, the Greenway project in Minneapolis with full of families supporting each other. And I think that the great thing about renting to families is they tend to stay put and become part of the community. So I'm really excited about this project as well. And I will support your motion, Mr. Tao. Any further thoughts on this? All right, seeing none, the motion has been made by Mr. Tao. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
6 in favor, no one opposed. The resolution is adopted.
No. Yeah, so I want to turn, so now before us we have items number 82, 83, and 84, and we're going to take them a little out of order, and we have a plan, I think, that Ms. Tierney is going to outline for us.
Council members, there are 3 items before you, all related to the same project. There were a number of procedural irregularities at the Planning Commission. Those are explained well in all of the appeals. And because of those procedural irregularities, the Planning Commission action really had no legal effect. So with regard to the items that you're about to hear, what's actually before you is the original applications. They've been amended somewhat as the staff will provide reports about that. But rather than defer to Planning Commission decisions that were made with irregularities that basically void them, what's actually before the council and what I suggest that the council consider is the original applications themselves.
All right, so with that in mind, what we'll do is we're going to have Ms. Moore read item number 83, which is the variances piece of the appeals, but take 83 and 82 together as a report and a public hearing. We've let both sides know that we've extended our typical time from 15 minutes to 20 minutes to accommodate that we're doing both, but they're very intricately tied together. So we'll do that and have a vote on variances and then follow that with a vote on a site plan. Ms. Prince.
I have been advised by council to recuse myself, so I'm going to leave now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see you had your hand up. So we will work on those two, and then presuming that we can resolve issues that are one way or the other in item number 84, it's our hope that perhaps that item we will not need to hear that other, because it could be withdrawn or otherwise. So since they're so tied together, that's one option out there. So we're going to start with 83, but hear 83 and 82 together and then take 2 separate votes.
Item number 83, APC 19-2, considering the appeal of Kevin Anderson on behalf of Friends of Warrendale Save Historic St. Andrews LLC to a procedure of the Planning Commission approving the variances through an improper vote on January 25th, 2019, and the decision of the Planning Commission not to reopen the vote on February 8th, 2019 for requested variances of maximum lot coverage, maximum height, and maximum off-street parking for a 3-story building addition at 1031 Como Avenue.
Staff report?
Good afternoon, Council President Brenmoen, council members. I do have paper copies of the June 5th staff report, if that is needed by council members. It was available in Legistar, but not until today. So I can pass it around if folks are interested. Yes. And then I do have extra copies as well I will place on the table for anyone in the audience who might be interested.
Someone move over to Chris a second. And the overhead projector wasn't working, but now it is working. So if you need to use it, go right ahead.
Excellent. Good evening, Council President Brenmoen, council members. My name is Tia Anderson. I'm a city planner in the Department of Safety and Inspections. My role with the city is to coordinate site plan review. And so in addition to the variances applications before you today is the site plan. The site plan is for a 3-story building addition, around 23,500 square feet, to an existing school, the Twin Cities German Immersion School here on Como Avenue, just southwest of Lake Como and east of Lexington Parkway. The school is proposing, the existing school on the site has an existing building connected with what they call an aula, which is a former church structure. They have off-street parking on both the west and the east side of the school, and a play area along the east. They are proposing, with their building addition, to remove the aula building and build the 3-story addition, remove the off-street parking to the east, and turn that into a play area, and slightly expand the off-street parking to the west. Also of note on the site plan is a fence that is proposed to extend the length of the east property line. That would be at a minimum a 6-foot obscuring fence, buffering the adjacent neighbors from the play area activities. And here's a rendering of the proposed front of the architectural elevation. Site plan review is a function that is delegated to city staff, and this particular site plan was, if it were any other school, may not have become before the Planning Commission or yourselves. It would have been handled administratively. Staff, with the zoning administrator and the planning director, determined that based on the community interest on this particular project, that it go with the variances to the Planning Commission. The version of the site plan that is before you today is dated May 21st, 2019. There was an original application. There was a complete application submitted October 23rd, 2018. As is typical with the site plan process, staff that are part of the site plan review committee across departments of the city work with the project team to ensure that the site plan meets the conditions of all of the various departments. So the May 21st site plan that is before you today does have sign-off from all of the site plan review committee members across the city departments. It's also worth noting that as part of the parking variance, which Josh Williams will talk about more, there is a need for a shared parking application with the church that is across the street at 1040 Como Avenue. An application has been received within the Department of Safety and Inspections for that shared parking agreement and is being processed at this time. With the site plan review, there are a number of findings that are required within the zoning ordinance, and those 11 findings are within the staff report, along with staff's recommendations for those findings. Staff recommends approval of the site plan with conditions, and those conditions tie back to the findings, specifically where the findings cannot be met without variance. And again, Mr. Williams will talk more about the variances that are required for this project as proposed, which include a height, exceeding the maximum height, exceeding the maximum lot coverage, and not meeting the minimum parking requirement as required for proposed full-time equivalent staff members for the school. During the site plan review process, there had been considerable discussion between staff and the Twin Cities German Immersion Project team in regards to a traffic impact study that had been completed. There are a number of recommendations that are part of that traffic impact study. Some of those can be operationalized within the site plan, and that is part of the recommended conditions that those things occur. For example, crosswalks across Como Avenue. And what you don't see on this particular site plan, but would be incorporated as well as part of the site plan, would be signage, particularly parking restriction signage that is proposed as part of the traffic impact study on Como Avenue. Other things in the traffic impact study are more to be operationalized by the school and to be really an ongoing, continuous working progress with the city's public works traffic engineering staff. And particularly in the last couple of months, traffic engineering staff and the school have been working and will continue to work, and District 10 has also offered their services to continue to work on review and implementation of those traffic impact study recommendations to improve really the safety and the security of all and the site circulation. So with that, staff recommends, as I said, approval of the site plan with conditions pending approval of variances, as well as highlighting the condition of the requirement for a minimum of a 6-foot, 80% opaque fence along the east property line to buffer the sight and sound of the activities of the school from the adjoining neighbors, as well as continuing to work through the traffic impact solution recommendations with Public Works and the Twin Cities German Immersion School. Thank you. Any questions?
I just had two questions for you. One is, from January or from December through now, it sounds like the site plan has continued to evolve and be a work in progress. And assuming a plan is approved tonight, I also assume that plans can continue to evolve before anything would actually happen. I know that Public Works, for example, could only put in so much effort on a project where they weren't sure it was going to move forward. So if the Public Works Department had further recommendations on traffic, those things can continue to evolve over time, correct?
Council President Brenmoen, yes, Public Works staff, traffic engineering staff in particular, they have an ongoing and existing role working with schools, Twin Cities German Immersion and others, to work through any issues, concerns, particularly around pickups and drop-offs, busing, and general traffic and safety. And so, yes, there are items in the site plan that are a direct result of the traffic impact study and feedback from transportation planning and safety, including crosswalks and signage, but there will be ongoing efforts. It wouldn't necessarily manifest itself in a change to the site plan, but would just be continuing to work with the school on operationalizing those recommendations. And it may end up resulting in traffic engineering modifications on the right-of-way adjoining the school.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for Ms. Anderson at this time? Okay, and you're doing like a joint presentation?
We are.
Okay.
We're take team.
Okay. Mr. Williams.
Council President Brendamone, council members, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I also have a staff report. We've put copies out there. I want to talk a little bit about that, but I want to start by saying that the staff recommendation on this has not changed since the revised staff report to the zoning committee of the Planning Commission back in December. However, based on some updates to the site plan and a couple other things that I'll get into real quickly, that was the reason for an updated staff report to you all. Again, the staff report does not, the June 5th document that we're handing out does not change the overall staff recommendation, but there are a few minor changes in language. First of all, it provides some updated background information on the process to date. Quite a few things have transpired since, obviously, that last zoning committee meeting, which was prior to the Planning Commission, and now. So it updates that information. Second, it does reflect the updated site plan as described by Ms. Anderson, the May 21st site plan. Of note, and this happened well before May 21st, but the addition of 2 spaces to what's currently a 26-space lot to the west of the existing building would be expanded slightly and restriped to accommodate 28 spaces, so that changes the numbers a bit. Beyond that, there's some changed language around one of the recommended conditions of approval, and I'll talk a little bit more about that condition, but in a moment, but the intent of the recommended change was really to provide flexibility both for the applicant that allows them to carry out their required duties as a school should this all be approved, and it also it makes a more reasonable basis for the city to monitor and enforce that condition. In regard to the staff recommendation, I'm not going to go into the details of the findings. I will note that the findings that we're required to make come from state law, and in the case of all three requested variances for maximum lot area coverage, building height, and parking, all those findings are made. I would note that the variances for building height and for lot coverage are very minor. It's around 1% for building coverage, very similar to what's on the site today. Similarly with height, it's a few feet above the currently allowed limit and actually lower based on the way we measure buildings than the existing one on the site. That's not one of the findings, but it helps you understand sort of the context. And certainly consistent for the type of structure that's proposed, whether on this site or elsewhere. The parking variance is more substantial. The parking requirement based on the projected employment total at the school, should the project move forward, is 86. They're proposing through a combination of means providing 52 spaces, leaving a 34 space parking variance. However, again, I believe the findings are met, and this is all spelled out in the staff report, provided that there are some reasonable conditions on the approval. And I'm going to talk about those now. The first two conditions are really based on how this ties together with the site plan. The first is site plan approval. That's a very common condition when we have two applications together, just like the site plan. A condition of approval is that the variances be issued. Similarly, the variances are only issued should the site plan be approved. So site plan approval. The second is the implementation of the recommendations in the traffic impact study, as well as noted by Ms. Anderson upon question, any additional operational or engineering solutions that Public Works recommends in the future based on observed conditions. The other two conditions relate specifically to the parking variance. I noted that there were various ways in which Twin Cities German Immersion is proposing to get to 52 spaces of parking as we measure it. Excuse me. One of those is by getting a shared parking agreement with a nearby actual church at 1040 Como, so it's sort of across Como and a little bit to the west. They are proposing to have a shared parking agreement for 15 spaces. The main use of that parking lot by the church is during normal church hours, in this case on a Sunday, versus the school day, sort of 9 to 5 when the school might use those spaces. So as a condition of approval, that shared parking agreement needs to be executed and then maintained going forward. And the zoning administrator approves those arrangements and then monitors on an annual basis. The condition further states that if that shared parking agreement would go away for any reason, the Twin Cities German Immersion would need to notify the zoning administrator immediately and apply for an additional variance should an alternative solution not be available.
Mr. Williams, are you aware of that that shared parking agreement is currently in existence, or is that something that would be?
I will let the applicant speak. That I believe that they are, if it's not already executed, it's very close to execution. I would just note that in terms of these approvals, we usually allow a reasonable period of time for such a condition to be met. Certainly it would be reasonable to say that needed to be established by a certain date if it is not already.
Okay, and I'm really asking because in some ways this is an interesting conversation because the school is currently parking 45 or 45 vehicles, outside of the parking area because it doesn't adjust every year to to match the number of employees. So I'm aware of what is like the current state of parking. So I was mostly curious, are like those would be 15 cars that would not be on the neighborhood streets going forward, but that are probably out there now because this contract is not in play right now. It is. It already is. Okay. Okay, thanks. Just trying to get an understanding of like what is the current state of parking.
Thank you,
in
Council
the area.
President
Got it.
Brennan. Sounds like Ms. Anderson may have.
Okay.
Council President Brenman, I'll just interject that, yes, Twin Cities German Immersion may already have a lease agreement for parking with the church across the street. We are looking to formalize that through a shared parking agreement in order to count it towards meeting their minimum off-street parking requirement.
And it's formalizing it and requiring the annual check-in.
Correct.
Okay.
It becomes similar, it's not a license, but it, in terms of review and renewal, acts similar to one.
Okay.
And I would just add, thank you, Ms. Anderson, that you're correct. It actually, if you look at the number of parking spaces they are providing today towards a parking requirement that based on the current enrollment and staffing at the school is pretty close to what their proposed final condition. There actually would be providing more spaces once these 15 spaces are online, even though the site plan results in the loss of some current surface parking on the site. And that was part of the basis for finding the findings for variance to be met.
Okay, Ms. Naker has a question.
Thank you. I think 2 questions. So just to be clear, the new arrangement will result in more off-street parking than there is currently on the site.
If you include the 15 shared spaces, that is correct. And there's also, they qualify for deduction in our code, which we, for shorthand, call towards meeting their requirement of 9 spaces because they're providing bicycle parking. And that too is consistent with our code.
My understanding is that they already are using the 15 spaces, it's just not formalized. So in terms of actual physical new spaces being created or lost compared to what the status quo is now, what?
Council President, Councilmember Naker, I guess if today, like, they executed this agreement, say, a week ago, and I don't know, I'm just throwing a number out there, then yes, as of today, there's not going to be much change. But this application, at the time this application came in, those 15 spaces weren't part of their operation, and they only sought those based on the process that brought us here today, if that makes sense. So last school year, they did not have those, to my understanding. If I'm mistaken, I would ask.
We'll have a public hearing.
Yeah, I would ask to be corrected.
Ms. Naker has another question.
So then where are we at with our variance? We were down to 34 spaces, the 15.
So,
Does that just get us down to
well, let me
19?
go through, and this is in the staff report, which I'm going to refer to. They're proposing, based on the building that the applicant is proposing to build, that they would be at 86.5 full-time equivalent staff members. Thank you, Tia. The parking requirement for middle schools is based on the number of employees there, elementary and middle schools. We round down fractional requirements, so 86 spaces required based on this future employment. They're at about 80 FTE right now versus 86. So that means a requirement of 86 spaces. There are currently on their site a 7-space surface lot to the east on the eastern side of the property, and a 26 space lot on the west end of the property. So 33. Did I do that? Yeah, 33. Sorry, math on the fly. What they're proposing is those 7 spaces, the lot to the east, will be going away. That's becoming a stormwater drainage and a turf open play space. They are slightly expanding, or proposing to slightly expand and resurface the lot to the west, on the western end of the property, from the current 26 spaces to 28. So you're at -5 there. In addition, they're going to be providing required bike parking. They will be providing required bike parking, but they're also providing additional, you'll have to forgive me, I don't have the exact language of the code out of the top of my head, but it's covered bike parking, something beyond just an exposed bike rack. And our parking code does allow a bonus of up to 10% of your parking requirement if you provide that bicycle parking. So that gets them another 9 spaces. By the way we calculate it, so that brings you up to +4.
And then formalizing that shit.
And then the shared parking agreement of 15 spaces. So So if you're looking relative numbers, they're going to be needing a few more spaces, 6, but they're adding the 15 spaces and then the 9 shared bike parking. Does that make sense?
So if I'm doing the math right, they would have 52 spaces.
52 spaces, right?
Versus, and they're supposed to have 86.
Correct. So it's a variance of 34 spaces.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. Was that the end of variances? No.
No, there's one more, Council President, council members. There is a 4th condition, and I mentioned this before. As I just said, we track, we require parking for middle and elementary schools based on the number of employees, which is unusual in terms of our parking code in that it's not tied to a physical aspect. I mean, it is in a general sense that you can only fit so many people in a space, but a restaurant, it's based on a square footage. For most things, it's based on a square footage or some other physical metric. The city knows through a site plan or other applications when it changes, and we can deal with the parking requirement at that point. In this case, you know, one of the challenges is how do we prevent future growth, particularly since that's to some extent why we're having this conversation. But it is difficult to place a hard limit on either the number of students or the number of staff because of the way schools operate. They may have students come or go throughout the year here and there. Obviously, that could impact the number of students. In terms of staffing, you may have a student who requires additional staffing and that they're required to provide that. So putting a hard cap on the number of staff or the number of students, while it would help to sort of ensure that we're managing the parking impact of this property going forward, it's not the most feasible way to do it. So after discussion, both with some planning commissioners and with the applicant, what staff is recommending is that the school be limited as a condition of approval to no more than 9 grade levels for student enrollment, which is what they're proposing, kindergarten through 8th grade. And that in each grade level, they have no more than 3 classrooms or sections. Right now, I believe the applicant can tell you more about how they regulate classroom size, but without dramatically growing classroom size, they're not gonna appreciably change their parking demand based on staffing, if that makes sense. So it's sort of a backdoor way to give them some flexibility, but to ensure that they're not driving up their parking demand by dramatically increasing staffing or student enrollment in the future.
And just also to further understand, like, I don't think, again, kind of based on the current state of parking, and I know other folks at this table represent areas that have real serious parking problems, but 34, I think, is absorbed during those day hours. But I know that there are concerns about, these variances and site plans go with the property, not with the use or who applied in the first place. So do you think that the combination of the creating this condition that directly speaks to the sections and the grades, and then also the annual check-in on the 15 has the de facto result of, if the use changes, then we need to revisit parking?
Council President, I do believe so. Variances run with the land, but parking requirements are also based on use. So, I know that the city has been dealing with an issue of a former church converted to an event center and how you accommodate parking for that. That is a very different parking calculation than a school does. So you'd need to recalculate the required parking and then go from there.
Okay, so unless it was a same use that had the same agreement with the church across the street, then it would likely need to be reconfigured anyways, because there's different requirements for different uses.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Naker.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, it may just be me and a long night, but I am struggling to understand why we would be, to your point earlier about calculating parking according to numbers of staff, not middle school or elementary school students attending a school, for good reason, why we would be making this condition about enrollment and not about staff. And I think you just said it, and I missed it, but could you say it again?
Council President Brendamon, Councilmember Naker, yes. I apologize if I didn't state it more clearly. It's difficult because we're trying to establish a nexus so that we can use a metric that is easier to understand and has a little bit more flexibility than strictly the number of staff. They're proposing 86 staff. If they suddenly had students who required additional aids, educational aids, and they went to 90, what does that mean? It probably doesn't appreciably change the parking demand, particularly if you have maybe some staff is there sometimes and not at other times. But they need to provide those services. They have a legal obligation to meet the needs of their students. So they're put in an impractical position of violating a condition, just trying to carry out their daily function. Number of students, you could maybe use that. We did look at using that as a number. You have a similar problem that you may have students come or go during the year, and you set a number that's slightly higher than what they expect in order to ensure that they don't bump up against the cap. That's one way to do it. What we landed on, and this was again based on some discussions with the school, is that they have actually in their charter, I believe it's 24 kids per classroom. So by restricting them, and I would note that they also originally were established as a K-6 school, and maybe K-8, but they only had 2 grade sections in 7th and 8th grade. And what they found is that they actually have demand to keep all the kids that go K-6 or K-5 through the middle school years. So they're wanting to add additional sections to those grades. But if we say, okay, you have your K-8, you have 3 sections for each grade, they have a limit in their charter on the number of students, which they could change, but I think my understanding of education, you're probably not going to see them go from 24 per classroom to, say, 36. Which is, well, in any event. So by restricting the number of sections and the number of grade levels, it sort of puts a de facto cap that they won't get too much above that, but provides them flexibility.
So it was the number that was most concrete?
Well, we had originally proposed 86, that they would not increase enrollment. The condition to read, TCGIS shall not increase enrollment such that they need to increase staffing above 86.5 FTEs. And the concern was raised both by a member of the zoning committee as well as later by the applicant that could potentially put them in the position of not being able to meet the needs of their students and the legal requirements.
Ms. Naker?
Thank you. But didn't you say earlier, and I just want to make sure that this condition makes sense, because it seems like right now we can speculate, but it doesn't put any limit on the number of people who would be driving to work at the school. So I'm not sure what the value of it is. And I'm also hearing you say that we do put those same limits on other middle schools. That's how we calculate parking needs, is how many full-time employees is at those schools. So we do limit how many additional aides and instructional supports you can have in other schools, by limiting parking to the number of FTEs. So I'm just trying to understand why we would do that in other cases and then not do that here.
Council President, Councilmember Naker, I guess technically we do limit it based on student number, but that's one of the challenges here is that, based on number of staff, that number can fluctuate. St. Paul Public Schools is constructing a new middle school now because their middle schools were at capacity. Presumably, if their middle schools are at 75% capacity, and bear with me here, that's roughly equivalent to some number of teachers. If they add 25% more students, they're going to have to add some amount more of staff. We don't have a good way for any of these schools to deal with that fluctuation. And to some extent, that fluctuation is also based on student needs, as it might be at TCGIS. So this provides a metric that's, I think, easy to understand, gives them some flexibility. My assumption, and my logic may be bad here, that if you have only a certain number of classes, so to speak, so you have 3 first grade classes, there's a practical limit to how many kids they can accommodate and still meet not only basic educational needs, but the goals of their charter. So it provides a way to sort of tie any future growth is not going to be such that it's going to dramatically increase the parking requirement. It may increase it some, just as that may happen at other schools. And we don't, frankly, have a good mechanism for monitoring that because we don't control enrollment in schools, and we don't require schools, with the exception of colleges and universities, to report their employment. I will admit that it's not a perfect solution, but it seemed to be the one that balanced the interests of the community, and that if a variance is issued, we're not going to be back here 2 years from now and they've gone to, added 9th, 10th, and 11th, and 12th grade, which I'm not suggesting that the school is proposing at all, but this is sort of a mechanism to prevent any sort of real meaningful growth. Should that be something that they want to pursue, they would have to then deal with this condition, if that makes sense. But again, it doesn't put a specific number of employees or a specific number of students, which may be harder for them to manage. And frankly, for the city to monitor.
But you're saying it meets the spirit of the school's charter, which says the 3 sections and the 9 grades, and it meets the concerns of the neighbors who have expressed repeatedly that they don't want it to grow bigger than it is. It started out small and it's grown, and to this point, it really codifies that size of the school and matches it to parking.
Council President Brenneman, I think that's a good way of putting it. I would refer you to the staff report, which in the introductory language, or within the findings, talks about sort of how the school has grown since 2014 in terms of adding both additional students and additional staff, which is why they want a larger building, et cetera.
Okay. Are there other questions? All right. Did we interrupt you again, or was that? Did you have more?
Unless there are questions, I think you have my recommendation for approval and the conditions of approval. Unless those need to be read into the record, they're in the written record.
Okay. Are there other questions for Ms. Anderson or Mr. Williams? No? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll have you stand by. So as I mentioned earlier, we'll hold a public hearing combined on the variances and the site plans, and we're trying to shoot for 20 minutes per side. And we will start with folks who are against the variances or the site plan or both. I recognize sometimes it's hard to know if you are mostly for it but a little bit against it, like where do you stand in that? And we'll try to take that into account. But I would say if you wanted something different, you should speak in opposition. And when we, again, as we do this, we start the clock on 20 minutes. We'll ask people to identify themselves, where they live, and make their comments. I'm trusting that people have a plan, as they did last week. It was a miracle. But then when you're done, to make sure that you sign in on the ledger on either side so we have that information for the public record.
Your tech guy said that he would come out for a PowerPoint. So he instructed me, he said that he would come out and hook it up. So I don't know how.
He's here.
Here we go. It says PowerPoint in there.
And while we're getting set up, again, just setting the stage for what's in front of us, we're talking specifically about the variances and the site plan. And I know there's been a lot of other conversation that's been attached to this project, but tonight the public hearing and vote is on the variances and the site plan.
So that when I start it, it'll go up. Because I don't want to start it yet. Okay, I don't want to start it yet until I get to that.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Madam President and members, Tom Goldstein speaking on behalf of Safe Historic St. Andrews. So obviously
Can you just make sure you let us know where you live?
Where I live?
Yeah.
You want my address?
Nope, just your neighborhood.
I live in the Hamlin Midway neighborhood.
Thank you.
So on December 20th, 2018, the zoning subcommittee of the St. Paul Planning Commission heard several hours of public testimony regarding the variance requests and site plan brought forward by the Twin Cities German Immersion School as part of a proposal to tear down the former St. Andrew's Church and replace it with a new building. After much discussion during that hearing, those matters were laid over for nearly a month until the Zoning Committee met again on January 17, 2019. At that subsequent meeting, there followed more robust discussion and additional staff input, and the committee voted 5-1 to deny both the variances and the site plan. I disagree with council saying that the starting point should be the application. I would argue that the starting point should be what a duly constituted subcommittee of your planning commission concluded. And I'm just going to read to you a few of those comments that are outlined in the minutes. Commissioner Fredson stated that he will be voting against approval. There is a 34-space parking spot deficiency. He feels like the response to the commissioner's concerns that were voiced at the last meeting is inadequate, specifically on the variances. It is best expressed by former Commissioner Bob Spaulding's letter submitted at the last meeting. These are unusual, pressing, real, and systematic transportation and safety issues. Mr. Fredson stated that they are illustrated by the intensity of the use chart comparing elementary and middle schools in R1, R4 zoning districts, which we will show you later. The TCGS proposed school use would have 4 times the number of students per acre of the median school. TCGIS is unusual that it does not, its transportation system relies on many hundreds of child drop-offs and pickups. The finding of the plight of the landowner is not due to circumstances unique to the property and created by the landowner. Commissioner Oakes said he agrees with most of what Commissioner Fredson mentioned, particularly with respect to the school's inability to really serve the community. He stated that TCGIS is more or less a commuter school with a very small percentage of students living in the neighborhood. Commissioner Lindekey stated that he supports most of what Commissioner Fredson stated. One of the goals, he said, it doesn't have to do with the type of school it is, but more about the traffic modes. One of the goals is to get as many students and cars through there as quickly as possible. That conflicts with the other goal, which is how do we make sure that people drive safely and people in the community aren't impacted by this twice daily situation. Commissioner Rangel Morales also sees a lot of problems with approving it at this time. He thinks the application should have had a lot more materials to deal with a lot of the issues that Commissioner Lindekey has expressed, which he also shares. Commissioner DeJoy referred to the finding where it states it will not alter the character of the surrounding area. The school has gone through growth and the current facility cannot support that growth. This has contributed to increased traffic and the need to increase the facility size. She feels the intensity of use does not fit with the surrounding area.
And Mr. Goldstein, you can continue to read. I just want to, for the purposes of other people wanting to testify, just to be clear, what you're reading is indeed part of the record. So it is in there as well, and you're welcome to continue to read, but I just want to make sure, just because of time, that you are aware of that.
Commissioner Chris Fredson moved denial on the basis that the plight of the landowner is not due to circumstances unique to the property and not created by the landowner. And as I mentioned before, it was 5-1 denying the variances in the site plan. However, when the matter reached the Planning Commission, a very different outcome resulted. The Zoning Committee's well-reasoned decision was rejected with little discussion and no explanation. Was political pressure applied to planning commissioners so that they would reverse the near unanimous vote of its own subcommittee? We don't know. Suffice to say that the voting irregularities, which Ms. Tierney referred to, occurred that day and prompted the city attorney to notify the Planning Commission that it had acted improperly. We are here today requesting that the City Council invalidate the Planning Commission's actions, accept the original recommendations of the Zoning Committee, and deny both the site plan and variances being sought by the school. As council members know, a zoning variance must meet all 6 factors of Section 61.601 of the St. Paul City Code in order to be legitimately approved. As written materials provided by Kevin Anderson, our organization's former president, clearly demonstrate, the variance requested failed to meet 5 of the 6 criteria, and that's labeled 531 email Kevin Anderson, and we have it queued up here. Although we will briefly highlight some of Mr. Anderson's key points, we contend that the school would need no variances had it capped its enrollment in the 550 student range the school officials projected when it moved to the Como neighborhood in 2013. We also believe that the acrimonious debate that has roiled the Warrendale neighborhood for more than a year could have been completely avoided if the school had any time been willing to consider adaptive reuse rather than only demolition of the former St. Andrew's Sanctuary. Even now, at the 11th hour, the school has resisted all efforts to collaborate with the community in a shared planning exercise that could allow both sides to creatively explore design options that can meet the school's needs while also preserving a beautiful building of great historic and cultural significance. Should all that history be obliterated because the school won't consider any alternatives? We remain ready to come to the table to talk about how to avoid that. And I'm just going to briefly show you, you can see that parking has been a problem throughout, and we heard discussions about how parking is going to be resolved. We have seen emails where the school has acknowledged that they know that they've been in violation of the parking variance pretty much from when the school began, and yet we're being told that a solution has now been crafted. We're told that transit is going to be resolved, and yet for 6 years the school has ignored its transportation responsibilities. And now that they want a variance and they want to knock down the church, now they have a plan where they're going to become in alignment. I would say past practice is illustrative of what's likely to occur in the future, and that any enforcement mechanisms have not been used during the past 6 years, and the city does not have a particularly good track record on addressing this, and there's no assurance that they will in the future. And I want to also direct you to the issue of density that was alluded to previously about the plight of a landowner, that the size of TCGIS relative to all their schools in any R1 through R4 zone district shows exactly how dense it is. It's fifth out of all 115 St. Paul schools and first out of all 54 elementary and middle schools in R1 through R4 zoning. And in terms of altering the essential character, you can see here just a little map that shows exactly how the traffic issues impact the whole neighborhood, which Ms. Brenmoen is well aware of since she lives right there. You can see all the different things that have pointed out in this creative chart that was put together by Anna Mosser, showing blocking and where buses are unloading and the lack of safety. And you can see here cars idling in a Metro bus stop, turns that are improper, buses picking up in no parking zones, etc. I'm now going to turn to Bonnie Youngquist, who will be talking about historic preservation, and we have another number of other speakers coming up.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Bonnie Youngquist. I live across the alley from St. Andrews, a longtime resident. To be clear, the school site plan means demolition of St. Andrews, eligible for local and national register of historic places designation, according to HPC Schiphol, the National Register Historian at Schiphol, and independent experts that we hired. The experts agree that St. Andrews is a historic resource. The variance failed to meet multiple findings laid out in the Minnesota state statute, including finding 2, that the variance must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Heritage preservation policies should carry sufficient weight, given that of the 436 policies, 71 focus on historic preservation. My occupation is quality analyst, and when there's conflict, we look to our documented process, and that's where you go in times of conflict. By contrast, the staff report noted one policy to collaborate with public and private elementary and secondary schools in conjunction with construction process. But collaboration does not mean demolition of a historic resource. The city should collaborate and underscore the importance of our historic assets to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. As mandated by Minnesota state statute and clarified by the League of Minnesota Cities, legal criteria must be satisfied for variance requests to be approved, end quote. Neighborhood opinion alone is not a valid basis for granting or denying a variance request. While city officials may feel their decision should reflect the overall will of the residents, the task in considering a variance request is limited to evaluating how the variance application meets the statutory practical difficulty factors. We contend that demolition of St. Andrews is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan in the ignoring of the historic preservation policies and interpreting collaboration as demolition. Thank you.
Good evening.
Just, Bonnie, can you make sure you sign in? Thanks. Sorry, I was going
We're
to
gonna
nab
do
you
that
before
on
she
the
got
way
too
out.
far away. Welcome.
Good evening, council members, council president. I'm Terry Alberico. I live at 1023 Como Avenue, immediately east of the former church building. You've seen the facts in these variances, that these variances in the plan should not be approved. I want to illustrate that the neighborhood has already given up much when the school moved here. There's nothing more for us to offer. Outreach, collaboration, listening. These are keys to building a foundation of trust and respect. Outreach was minimal when the school moved into the neighborhood. I received the city's postcard, but nothing from the school, no door hangings, no visits, no meetings with the neighbors to introduce themselves and their plan. Very dissimilar to Como Senior High's current example of outreach. The alley was easily appropriated and the remaining cul-de-sac filled with power lines and their electrical equipment. My garage, built so I could exit directly into the appropriated alley, now points into a turnaround that gets filled with snow in the winter. The turnaround is not sufficient for trucks delivering building materials. Garbage and recycling contractors must use smaller trucks and load bins without dumping in front of, loaded bins individually, resulting in a more random pickup schedule. Snowplows cannot easily plow the cul-de-sac without dumping their snow in front of somebody's garage. I asked for a wider alley early on so 2 vehicles could pass and we could store snow in the winter, to no avail. The first director said, "We need every square inch." This wasn't our first choice. The attitude at that time seemed to be, if they have to suffer through being on this site, so do we. I attended the initial Recreation Committee meetings trying to inform the parent members of the needs of the neighborhood. They said the plan included moving a playground equipment that is near the northeast edge of the property. Instead of removing it, they locked that location in place with an expensive and friable rubber pebble coating that ends up throughout the cul-de-sac alley. So much for collaborative efforts. Regarding listening, I met with the first director repeatedly until she selected other points of contact to hear neighborhood comments. Group instead of individual meetings were held, and the points of contact were not empowered to do anything to resolve the issues that arose. So little, if anything, was done to alleviate the noise, traffic, and parking issues that became worse as the student census increased. They could listen, but neither could not hear or were not allowed to do anything about it. Outreach, collaboration, and listening. These seem lacking early on, and they seem that from recent board meetings, this illustrates that this continues. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening. I'm Steve Greenwood. Good evening, Council President Brenmauer and members. At the May 5th DFL convention, during the question and answer period, candidates were asked their feelings about Save Historic St. Andrews. Council member Brenmauer responded that because of the quasi-judicial nature of the matter, she could not comment directly. However, she added that she was concerned about the high costs for maintaining the building, something she repeated at the May 15th public hearing. Actually, these maintenance costs are routine costs. Unfortunately, the school has repeatedly deferred its regular maintenance obligations, leading to the appearance of disrepair that has been argued as evidence for that the building is falling down. Words that have been uttered frequently in public meetings. These statements are simply not correct. St. Andrews was in excellent shape, structurally sound, and well-maintained prior to the school acquiring it. These costs listed here are routine, not historical maintenance items. TCIJS has intentionally deferred these maintenance items for over 3 to 5 years. Here's a building maintenance solution. These 5 items here would eliminate the need for bonding and paying bonding interest on small projects and save taxpayers money. And it'd be basically a year of boilers, the second year of hot waters, and the third year of masonry, yearly replacement of roof tiles and leaks from $2,000 to $3,000, and you need a building energy audit. You'd pay for that out of the O&M cost, or O&M budget. The roof underlayment replacement. The average yearly roof repair cost of about $2,200 does not justify an expenditure of about $1 million in capital and interest costs for a new roof underlayment system. TCI just has caused their own building plight by deferring maintenance, failing to upgrade mechanical equipment, failing to repair broken roof tiles, and not upgrading the insulation. Conclusions. Demolition and construction of a new building is fiscally irresponsible as a means to reduce energy and maintenance costs. TCI just has created their own building plight. Thus, the variances are in violation of state statutes. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Mary Bernison. I live at 1131 Argyle Street, and I'm heartsick. I'm heartsick, and I'm going to talk to you from my heart. I did not rehearse this. I did not know exactly what I was going to say. I wanted to look each one of you in the eye as I spoke here today. The impossible will take a while, and I only got 1 minute. The impossible will take a while, and I only got 1 minute. This is about my community. I'm going to talk about my neighborhood and my community. It's being destroyed. It's the most divisive my neighborhood has been. I've lived in my house for 33 years. Imagine that. I have never seen this kind of tension and turmoil in my neighborhood. It's not just about taking down an old historic building. It's about destroying the fabric of my community. It starts with tearing this building down. I was not a member of St. Andrews. I did not go to that church. I moved into the neighborhood 33 years ago. The church was standing. It was in good condition. The pavilion was falling down. The pavilion was closed. The streetcar station was being used for maintenance workers. It also needed work. The Marjorie McNeely Conservatory needed work. There was a Menarche Bridge. I don't know if I'm calling it the right thing, but we put $1 million into saving that bridge. The church building was the only thing that was in good condition. I bought an old house, built in 1888, falling apart. History and place matter. The church gave me the kind of hope that I could be a good steward of an old building and bring it back and take care of it. But I want to tell you, the community is sacred to me. The neighborhood is sacred to me. It is very destructive what's happening in the neighborhood. It's about relationships as well as buildings. Last week, I went to the German Immersion School board meeting. I've been to several of them. At that meeting, I heard parents, teachers, a board member that just left 5 months ago talk about the toxic community at the TCGIS school. I felt sad, because I don't wish that for children to be in, or parents to have their kids go to a school where there's a toxic community. But I want you to know that my hopes would be that we could work together and collaborate, school and neighborhood. But this neighborhood has things that are very destructive have been going on in our neighborhood, and I need to be a witness to you today and speak about it very boldly and openly. And I don't wish anybody harm when I say that. Thank you.
So I just want to conclude, in a letter sent to the Zoning Commission before they voted in January, We said we urge you to reject the variances requested by TCGS in accordance with the suggestion of the District 10 Community Council, table action on the school site plan so that a genuine neighborhood process can occur that will hopefully resolve this controversy without intervention required by the Planning Commission or City Council. Approving the plan at this stage will not only further exacerbate neighborhood tensions, it will likely lead to litigation that will take the matter out of the city hands, and invested in a judicial process could have long-term negative consequences for city planning decisions. We still feel that's the case. We think the decision that was made on historic designation was improper and not based on the record before you. We hope you will make a decision today based on the record before you. And one thing I want to note is that we have lots of data showing that the busing transit numbers that we have actually measured are significantly less than what the school claims. When they come up, they're going to tell you that 25% of their kids are bused when it's closer to about 18%. And we have lots of verified data. So we hope that you will do the right thing and consider the larger part, which is there is a resolution short of seeing a beautiful building torn down, and there is a resolution that allows the school to repurpose the building for their needs. We can't get there if you don't do things like turn down these variances so we actually have that leverage. As good an idea as mediation was, it was too little too late, and it will not get us there. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few seconds left. I know District 10 had some comments, and I think what I'll do, Michael, if this works for the other side, is just give you the time. I know you'll be respectful of it, and then extend the time a bit on the other side, if you need it. Okay. All right.
Michael Cookta, District 10 Como Community Council. I'm the Executive Director. Just to clarify for the council members, I'm speaking now because I'm understanding the guidance. This is when I should speak. District 10 is in support of the variances. You have the record of the community process and the district council vote reflecting that. We are in support of the existing version of the site plan and the conditions and commitments it puts on, as well as the direction for future modifications. The only thing I rise before you today is to ask you to change one part of the proposed site plan. I refer you to page 6 of T.A. Anderson's staff recommendations, and it is recommendation E3, which refers to a fence that is at least 80% opaque and 6 feet in height. This is to provide a sound and sight barrier between the school's play area and the nearest residences. Would encourage you to change any reference to that at least 6 feet and 80% opaque to a 7-foot solid fence. Engineering and physical or physics rules would tell you that in order to minimize sound, you have to have a fence that is tall enough above the source of the sound, and you have to have a fence that is solid. Our fear is that an opaque fence of only 6 feet would be minimally effective and not much more effective than the chain link fence that is there. So we are asking you to make that one change to the conditions of the site plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So let's go to the other side, and we'll reset the clock. And it looks like we added 26 seconds. Okay, and I think I will just say this again. We're talking about the variances in the site plan. Okay, thanks. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam President, council members. My name is Kelly Loudon. I'm a volunteer member of the Board of Directors for the Twin Cities German Immersion School. I have served on the board for over 5 years, and as chair from 2015 to 2018. I have 4 children who attend the school in grades 7, 4, 2, and kindergarten. I want to begin my remarks by thanking you, City Council members, for the tremendous work that you do on behalf of the city, along with the city staff and the other bodies of city governance, many of whom we've appeared before on this project. All of your commitment to the city and the time that you spend listening to and engaging with constituents and weighing different policy questions is important work. I know that you all and many others within City Hall have put tremendous thought, energy, focus, and time into considering the multitude of issues that have come before you with respect to this campus improvement plan. I want to particularly thank Tia Anderson and Josh Williams for their hard work and for the opportunity to collaborate with them as we've been working toward an improved site plan.
I also want to pause for just a moment and acknowledge that tonight's hearing is a significant moment for our school and our neighborhood. We will share more in a moment about the process that we engaged in prior to submitting the site plan and the variance request to the city back in October 2018, now 8 months ago. And since that time, we have been appearing before city bodies to convey the need that our students have for improved space and the reason why our proposed site plan is the right solution to meet those needs. I have to be candid, this process has been exhausting and has had a tremendous impact on our school and neighborhood community. Regardless of the outcome, there's already been significant costs. Our students, teachers, families, and as neighbors just expressed, have all experienced real anxiety as a result of this situation. We know that the uncertainty and longevity of the process has put the school and the neighborhood's relationship at risk. And in our view, the brokenness and pain has not been reflective of our greater community values. Our school seeks to live out its vision of andere hören, andere sehen, weltoffen denken und handeln. Loosely translated, this means that we hear others, we see others, and we think and act with an open worldview. Our school values are curiosity, kindness, challenge and support, community, and intercultural engagement. We believe that throughout this process, we have acted in accordance with our vision and values, and we remain committed to doing so as we move forward. We are committed to being a good neighbor in the Como community. This is the community in which we live and learn, and we hope that our entire community will be open to coming together and finding a path forward for healing and reconciliation. We hope, too, that our community will prioritize the interests of children and our future together as the best way to honor this community's past. The St. Andrews Faith Community did that from its very founding, and in our view, the kindest and most honoring way we can hold the memory of St. Andrews today is to act in accordance with those values. Now, turning to the task at hand, I am excited to share with you this evening the plans for the new building wing for which we are seeking approval. Before moving into that, though, I would like to just address a few of the specific questions that were raised during the staff report, so I can make sure to speak to those during my remarks. There were some questions raised about the current versus the future parking and what the difference is essentially. So we are going to be restriping our larger lot, which is on the west side of the building, to add 3 additional spaces. We are also adding 15 additional spaces through the shared parking agreement. We are removing or proposing to remove the 6 spots that are on the east side of the building. This will better make for traffic flow, and I can explain this more later in the presentation, but it essentially is a safer way for drop-off and pickup to happen. And with those changes, we will have a net gain of 12 parking spots, plus the 9 bike parking spots that were mentioned earlier. With respect to the condition and the questions regarding employment versus number of classes, we are in agreement. Well, first of all, just to say we're completely in agreement with the city, with the site plan as recommended by the city staff. So we don't object to any of the city staff recommendations for what the conditions be for the site plan. We are in agreement that the restriction for 3 sections and 9 grade levels makes sense. Parking is based, of course, or the analysis of parking is based on the anticipated number of employees, but given the student needs and our legal obligations as a school to meet our students' needs, we do need to have some flexibility. If you have a certain number of classes, you're anticipating you're going to have 1 teacher per class, but with special needs that kids might have, we need to have the flexibility to meet those kids' needs with those additional teachers if needed. The mechanism does limit changes to the mechanism as proposed by the city staff does limit changes to the overall program. We thought it might be helpful to note that Minneapolis actually sets their parking space requirements for schools based on the number of physical classrooms in the building versus an actual number of employees, and this recognizes the flexibility that's needed within a school, but is a de facto way of setting a similar limit to what the city staff proposes here. I also want to point out that the current staff that we already have working in the building is sufficient to teach 3 sections of K through 6. So we already are 3 sections of K through 6. At this point, the only 2 grade levels that don't yet have 3 sections are our 7th and 8th grades. So with this with this campus improvement plan, we're really only adding 2 classroom teachers from what we currently have today, plus perhaps, an additional 8 or 2. Also, with respect to the issue raised concerning density and the concern about the student per acre ratio, the Minnesota Department of Education measures density based on the student per square foot ratio. So they look at the space in the building and the number of students, and we fall well within the guidelines that MDE has for that. And actually with our proposed site plan, we will be increasing the space within the wing that's going to be improved from 12,000 square feet to 23,000 square feet. And so we're gonna have a better, a better ratio for our students in terms of the square feet to student. I welcome any questions council members have. I know our time is limited and I want to be respectful of your time. I have a lot of information I'm happy to share, but if it's too much, let me know. So I just want to point out that we do believe that the Twin Cities German Immersion School is a tremendous asset for St. Paul. We've been a St. Paul school since our founding in 2005. We are the only German immersion school in Minnesota and the largest in North America. We continually rank near the top in Minnesota test scores. This year, we're graduating 42 8th grade students, and through a variety of activities that we do, we are putting Minnesota on the map for the German-speaking community throughout the globe. We're drawing families and employees into the city of St. Paul, contributing positively to its economic growth and development. Almost 50% of our students live in St. Paul. We're also drawing students into the St. Paul public school system with our partnership with St. Paul Central. 23 of our 42 graduates this year, 55%, will enroll at Central High School in the coming fall. We have seen a rapid increase in the number of families that are living near the school since we moved to the Como Avenue site. It may be hard to see all the little dots here, but those show the number of families that lived in the Como neighborhood before the school was located at 1031 Como. This next slide shows that the number of families near Como has more than doubled since we moved to the school building. And this map shows now the number total of families living in the Como neighborhood that are part of our school community. So TCGS is part of the neighborhood. Why do we need a new purpose-built wing? The short answer is our student educational needs. We anticipated, based on all the modeling that we had available to us and the data we had available to us when we moved into the site, that the middle school level would probably experience some attrition. That has actually not proven to be the case. My daughter, who's in 7th grade, was going into 2nd grade when we started at the school, and her class is actually maintained strong, and the class behind her, which was the first class with 3 sections, also remains at 3 sections. That's that 6th grade class right now. So although immersion schools often experience attrition at the upper grade levels, that has not been the case with TCGIS, and that's a big part of why we need a new space configuration. How did we arrive at this particular site plan as the board of directors? This outlines the history of the process we went through. It was really a process that started in October of 2015 when we organized a public task force called the School Growth and Access Task Force to analyze what our options were and make recommendations on our space needs solutions. I won't read through all the different dates, but as you can see from this slide, throughout 2016, 2017, we engaged in a variety of ways to analyze our options and to engage with our neighborhood. By September of 2017, we were looking at very specific options on our 1031 Como Avenue site, and in October of 2017, we invited the Como community to be part of our facility planning through a notice that went out through D10, and that was posted on the D10 public website. We continued to engage with our neighborhood in March, having a neighborhood listening session, in April having another session to provide a historic recap of how we had gotten to the point of proposing what we were proposing. We also delayed our project by a couple months to look at alternative sites. And finally, in October and November of 2018 is when we submitted the site plan and variance requests that are before you today, slightly amended based on the staff recommendations. Throughout the process, the school board, a public body elected in accordance with state statutory requirements, has acted openly and transparently. We have engaged with all stakeholders in the community who have desired to have input. All of our meetings and board packets are available online. You can watch every single board meeting if you care to. I don't know why someone necessarily would, but all the way back in time, those are all available. And neighbors participated in this process from as early as November 2015. What are the benefits of our proposed site plan? We will have a purpose-built learning space. It'll be more accessible for children with physical disabilities. We will have a larger cafeteria with windows and daylight. We will have a full-size gym that can be divided into two to accommodate 2 classes at once. We're adding 6 regular classrooms. We are adding small group meeting space for children with special learning needs. We really don't have that now. We are adding improved student safety and security, and beautiful outdoor spaces will be dedicated to public art. Here are some renderings that will give you a flavor for what we are proposing. This is the view from the southeast corner of the school property. This is the view standing on Oxford Street. And this is the view from the west side, which shows where the gymnasium and additional classrooms will be. Just to get an aerial view, it's this purple space here where the new wing will be built. And it will be connecting to what was added on when we moved in, and then the original school building. So it will all be one contiguous building.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? The building the schematic that you're showing us is pretty straightforward. Mm-hmm. Have you given any thought or had discussions about doing some sort of nod to the building that was there before?
Yes.
I mean, there's beautiful windows. The roof, I think, is something people talk about a lot. Is there any effort to make some acknowledgement of that?
We have discussed that, and we've offered that up as we've engaged with people who want to preserve the memory of the former church. We are still open to continuing those discussions. We do have these spots here that are available that we intentionally put in where some kind of artwork that is a nod to the former structure there could be implemented, as well as on this side, all of this space is also available for that. We're also open to considering other ways in which we can be honoring of the past. We've, as a board and as the facility committee, have considered a number of different options, and we will be open to continuing those conversations.
Okay, so that's something that's still possibility.
Yes.
I was noticing the big blank spaces, and now I understand what that.
Yeah, and when I refer to art, I mean, part of why we wanted those in was recognizing that we have a space that has a lot of meaning that we can give voice to through that artwork.
Okay.
So moving on, I'll move now inward. You can see the elevation. This is actually important in that the variance for the roof line variance, which is just 1%, is really needed in order to make everything in alignment with the current structure that we'll be adding on to. If we don't have that variance, because there's a little dip down, I guess, in the ground, we wouldn't be able to put on a floor that's actually even with the rest of the floors. So that's the need for that. So the elevation helps express that. So inside we will have the gymnasium, the cafeteria. This will be kind of below ground and ground level. And then we'll have a larger kitchen area where we can have better prep for food. We will be adding these classroom spaces and then a number of small group spaces where specialized learning can occur. The gym will have some flexible space for a band room and for storage, and we'll have additional bathrooms, which are really needed. I was actually just today in the old structures bathroom, and I'm looking forward, hopefully, pending approval, to having some improved bathrooms there. Just to talk a little bit more about the educational needs and why this space is so needed. We need additional space for special education. Right now, kids are meeting literally in the hallways when they receive more one-on-one or small group instruction. The new space will accommodate the need for people to have quiet spaces and private rooms for learning. Physical education, as I said before, we will have space for 2 classes to meet at once. Right now, some of our students meet in the cafeteria, and it'll also just be a much safer space for them. We'll also have space for gym storage, and a picture 2 of our cafeteria, and new band space. So we are seeking approval, as I said before, of the site plan as recommended and the variance as recommended by the city staff. I am happy to talk through different aspects of that to the extent you all have questions. I do want to reserve some time, though, for other speakers who want to speak to the need for the building project. I would entertain any questions you all have with regard to the variances. I'm happy to speak to those.
Well, one thing is in the beginning, I'm not sure if you gave your name, but I don't think you let us know where you live. And I forgot to cut you off right away in the beginning. So if you could share that before we move to questions, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Kelly Loudon, and I live in Arden Hills.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are there questions? Let's start with Ms. Naker and then Mr. Tao. Ms. Naker.
Thank you. I'm coming back to this student enrollment, and I'm doing so because when I look at the zoning committee minutes, which is the most recent body of discussion that I think we are supposed to be looking to in making this decision, most of the discussion had to do with intensity of use. And so I'm just wondering that over and over in the zoning committee report and then in the planning commission resolutions, we're seeing this condition that future student enrollment should not increase above the proposed 648 students. And then here we have not the 648 number, but the number of sections and number of grades. So I'm wondering why that change and what prevents you from limiting enrollment to the projected 648.
I can speak to how we handle enrollment. And so we do have a standard enrollment for each section of 24 kids, but we do give our director discretion to raise that where there's a certain situation that warrants it, and the director believes that it will not change sort of the overall classroom dynamic for the kids. So an example of that would be if we have an opening in, say, grade 3, and with any opening that we have to admit the next person on the waiting list for that opening. So say we have a student in grade 3 coming in to fill that spot, but that student also has a sibling in a different grade where there's already 24 kids in each section. So we do give our director discretion to add a sibling if it's appropriate and if all the educational needs can be delivered. So that's an example of where we have a little bit of wiggle room to go over the 24. So in certain classrooms, we do have 25 kids. We may have 1 or 2 with 26. I'm not aware for sure. But the point is that in terms of the parking restrictions that the St. Paul City Ordinance has, it's based on number of employees. And just because we add 1 or 2 children to a classroom, we're not adding more employees to that classroom space to accommodate those kids. A single teacher can teach 26 kids as well as they can teach 24. We, as a general rule, adhere to the 24, but do make special case exceptions.
So to be clear, you could meet a 648 limit. You would just have to change your policies to not admit siblings.
Right, we'd have to take away the discretion that the director has to, in certain circumstances, add a student or 2, which, no employees are being added. So as a matter of the parking restrictions, I don't know that it really makes sense to tie it directly to the actual student enrollment number. That's where I think Minneapolis's approach in terms of the number of classrooms and sort of what the anticipated number of employees is based on the building space seems to make a lot of sense. But, speaking to the need to have some flexibility with the number of employees, as I said before, especially with special need kids, if we have no ability to turn kids away, nor would we want to because of the needs that they have, and yet we do have an obligation to deliver the needs, the services that they have, and we need staff to be able to do that.
Okay. Mr. Tao.
Thank you, Council President. So in the scenario that this project does move forward, I am concerned about congestion. And so would you be open to implementing some sort of share ride for a family who are from the same neighborhood or en route to the school? Or
Yeah,
is
we
that
have
already in
actually a
place?
number of buses. So speaking to student delivery, student transportation, I think we run 5 buses right now that pull kids in from all over, both the city of St. Paul and outside the city of St. Paul. So my 4 kids, for example, get on the bus up in Arden Hills and bus into the city. And a lot of families do carpool. So we have carpool arranging picnics right at the beginning of each year to try to connect families that live in the same areas. And a lot of carpooling happens already. And I know that a lot of teachers share rides as well. We also have a number of teachers, actually even since these numbers were put out about the parking spaces and who walks and who uses cars, 2 additional teachers have moved right into the neighborhood and are now, 2 more people that aren't driving a car to the school because they live within walking distance. So those are things, and it actually really aligns with the culture. A lot of our teachers are from Germany or Switzerland or Austria, and they are very used to using public transportation, bicycling. That's kind of the norm in a lot of those places. And so I would say our community is quite transportation progressive in the way that it works on that.
Ms. Nelson?
I have a non-car related question. I wanted to lift back up the request and suggestion by the District 10 Council regarding the fence. I'd appreciate hearing the school speak to that proposition and if that's something you'd be willing to accommodate.
Yes, so we already have actually told them that our plan is to build, I think it's the 7-foot solid fence, and we would have no objection to the city council adding that, changing that language from what the city staff has proposed. That's our plan anyway.
And that's thanks for bringing that back up and clarifying it. And I just wanted to, I don't know if Tia has passed out. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Is 7-foot fence allowed? Unless it's, if it's a yes or no, you can just say yes. No.
Council President Brenmoen, yes, it is allowed. The way the language in the condition reads is that it was a minimum of 6 foot, 80% opaque, which is the minimum requirement per the zoning code. So going beyond that is certainly allowed.
And it's allowed in the city to have 7, 8, 9, 10 feet fences.
Council President Brenmoen, yes, it is. At a certain point, building code would take over and there would be a structural review of said fence.
I know sometimes there's a setback. You can't go up to a certain height until you get back. Okay, just making sure we are not agreeing to something that later we'll get in trouble with. But so the school has been working with District 10 on that condition.
That's correct, Madam President.
Okay, are there other questions? Okay. And so you're reserving your last 5 minutes and 54 seconds to others who have.
Yes, we do have a teacher here who delivers special education services to our students and a student who would like to speak to the proposed site plan.
Okay. If you can introduce yourself and let us know where you live before you get going.
Yes, my name is Emmy Kepke and I live in South St. Paul. Guten Abend, ich heiße Frau Emmy Köpke. Good evening, my name is Emmy Köpke. I am a special education teacher at the Twin Cities German Immersion School. I wish to speak briefly to reiterate comments that I actually made back in November regarding the value of a new building to a growing population of diverse learners at TCGIS. In addition to the wealth of information that has been presented in support of our school's plans for a new and educationally appropriate learning facility, I come before you to underscore the necessity of replacing the structure with a more functional space, specifically as relates to specialized instruction. Our school is currently home to a team of 10 incredibly talented and committed student support professionals, as well as a robust and committed team of special education assistants. We serve a population of 85 students through special education and speech and language program services. And in addition to that, an approximate additional 150 students through second-tier academic interventions. So that means the interventions that students get outside of the classroom but before they qualify for special education. The space available to us in our current configuration leads to a situation where struggling students are receiving services in noisy hallways or small spaces with poor air circulation. Despite our commitment to using best practices in our work, we are unable to carry out small group instruction, leading our students to be at best isolated during these vital services, and at worst, being distracted to a point where they cannot make genuine improvements in areas of need. These are factors that have a lasting impact on these kids for many years to come. While I appreciate the efforts of the neighborhood group to brainstorm a way for our needs to be met in the current building through repurposing, the examples previously shown at previous meetings of possible repurposing just further underscore the impossible nature of that goal. Suggestions of how to repurpose the building really don't meet the needs and don't include everything that we actually need to adequately educate our kids, especially those with diverse learning needs. It is vital to our school-wide value of challenge and support that we are able to carry out in full our plan for a building that includes ample special education space so that we may educate students in need of equitable, safe, so that we may educate students in need in spaces that are equitable and safe and appropriate. This has been, over the past couple of years, and remains an issue between preserving an old building and preparing the future of our community. And I think that the right decision before us is clear. Please vote to approve the variances and the site plan before City Council tonight, and thereby in support of these incredible kids and their hardworking teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gustav Beaton, and I live in Roseville. I'm a 7th grader at Twin Cities German Immersion School, and I would like these variances to be passed for these following reasons. I receive special education help, and for middle school students, there are only 2 allotted spaces for these, and they're not officially pull-out rooms. I am aware of them. Another reason is I will not be here, most likely, to see these variants be passed. My sister, who is currently in this school, will most likely see them, and I am in Central High School. Please approve these variances so that special education kids at the school like me can receive the help we need. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it? Great. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Greg's like, I'll take it. Okay, well, I would move to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Oh, you'll take it. We've got a taker. Welcome.
Council members, Madam President. My name is Ryan Flynn. I live in the Como area, just near the Northdale Rec Center. I'm the former chair of District 10. I recognize that we're on your agenda and we're up next, but I'm thinking that if the council takes action on this issue, the purpose of our appeal would be met, and so we could just withdraw it. The purpose of the community council is to empower residents with accurate information and to inform them about the process of the city government. When the Planning Commission took those actions that it did in early 2019, we could not decipher what was going to happen next year and what, if any, changes would occur in the Warrendale neighborhood. That's why we filed that appeal. We are asking, the board did support this site plan, we are asking that you pass it, and if the council does take that action, then the District 10 can withdraw that appeal.
Thank you very much. All right, I would move to close the public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Any opposed? Motion prevails. So Tia, can I just ask you one more question? Maybe there'll be more than one. So So I agree with making sure that the fence question is codified properly. And in the staff recommendations, I don't see something that says at least 6 feet, it says 6 feet. And so is there a place in the full report, I'm looking at the kind of condensed staff recommendations, is there a place that says at least? So that would accommodate, so we're not saying it has to be set at 6, but that gives us some.
Council President Brenmoen, on the back of the site plan staff report.
Yeah.
Yes, on page 6, item E3, currently reads install an obscuring fence at least 80% opaque and 6 feet in height along the length of the east property line to buffer the abutting properties. It could be modified to read install, per the recommendation of District 10, install a solid obscuring fence at least 7 feet in height along the length of the east property line.
Okay.
And strike change A to an, and strike the words 80% opaque and 6 feet.
Okay, and that sounds like it's amenable to folks. It just, the way I read it was at least 80% opaque and 6 feet in height. So if we can make those changes.
So it should read, install a solid obscuring fence at least 7 feet in height along the length of the east property line to buffer the abutting properties.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for Ms. Anderson, or are there other questions in general? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is in front, as I mentioned earlier, we read item 83. We took public hearing on items 83 and 82 together. So what's before us right now is a vote on the variances. And due to the irregularities at the Planning Commission, what is before us now is the application, the variance for the first decision, and we are required to take action on this matter today. So are there thoughts and feedback on the variance request, or were your questions answered during the hearing? None. Okay, and what I heard, I think one of the challenges, obviously we dealt with this at 3:30 as well, is that we're looking at a site plan. We're trying to stay focused on what the matter is in front of us, and in a lot of ways clarify the record that wasn't made through the Planning Commission. What I've heard staff say, and what I know in my time here, is that the variances are minor in nature, and but I also know that this vote is attached to a lot of emotions about what moving forward with this, with a site plan and variances means for the building. So I will say what I said earlier, and that is that I'm going to be voting in support of the variances, and then again in support of the site plan, but really encouraging people to continue to work together on improving the plan in a way that's meaningful for sound mitigation, for traffic mitigation, to manage parking, and particularly to pay homage to a structure that is very meaningful to people as we move forward. So I don't think this is the end of the road. I just think it's something that we have to vote on today. And to me, the variances are very straightforward and within the range of what is typically acceptable here. So I would make a motion to approve the variances. Is there further discussion? Mr. Tao and then Ms. Nelson.
Council President, just to clarify, so this vote here and with council is to deny the appeal. Is that correct?
Because there really wasn't a decision at the Planning Commission, we're looking at it as an action, not as an appeal.
Okay, thank you for your clarification. I'm going to support that motion to support the variance. I think that based on my own research on this, I feel that the school has done their due diligence, but I do appreciate the other neighbors coming down here and expressing their concern, and I feel that the school is willing to make amend and work together to make this work. So I know that we will be paying close attention to this.
Great. Ms. Nelson.
I would like to just lift up and appreciate the work of the Como 10 District Council, who's been in the thick of this. The district council system is one of our biggest partners in immensely complicated planning processes like these, and I am feeling additional confidence today because of the amount of work that's been put in to hear everybody out and move recommendations forward. So I'll be supporting the variance and the plan today, and it's in large part because of all the diligence I know that's happened, and I'm just grateful to all of our community partners and everyone who came here in every direction, no matter what you think, to sound off, because that is how we got to a stronger product. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Anything further? All right, seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion prevails.
5 in favor, no one opposed. The motion of intent is the variances are approved.
Okay.
And item number 82, APC 19-1, public hearing to consider the appeal of Kevin Anderson to procedure of the Planning Commission approving a site plan through improper vote on January 25th, 2019, and to the decision of the Planning Commission on February 8th, 2019, not to reopen the vote from January 25th on a site plan for a 3-story building addition at 1031 Como Avenue.
Is there further discussion on the site plan itself? All right. Then seeing none, again, because of the irregularities, this is not an appeal. We're looking at this as a first decision. So I would move approval of the site plan application, which was updated on 5/21. It's part of the public record, and adopting the findings in the staff report. Any further discussion? I'm sorry, and with the modifications to the fence to include the solid fence and the 7-foot clarification. Any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion prevails.
5 in favor, no one opposed. The motion of intent is the site plan is approved as modified.
And that brings us to item number 84, which I believe
Hello again. District 10 withdraws its appeal.
has been withdrawn. Okay, that brings us to the end of our agenda. Is there anything else to come before us today? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned.